Captain's log, start date. Shit. What was the start date? I just lost it again.
Fin trap.
54083.
Professionals.
Captain's log, start date 54083. It's been a month since the Kismet was recalled to Starbase 3, but I'm not currently with the Kismet right now. The Kismet was sent out on a mission while I was detained on Starbase 27, pending investigation regarding the Victoria incident. I was cleared, but something else has come up. I'm being held under a special investigation. If it goes through, I might be extradited to the Klingon Empire to face trial regarding the events at Bamoth. I don't know how this happened. I don't know who's trying to stand in our way, but I'm not going to fall into whatever their trap is. End log.
And after
Moments
that,
before being extradited.
we have the doctor's log, as you have been as a framing, you have just arrived at Starbase 27, and we just want to hear what the doctor's been up to for the last while since she was under sabbatical. I gave you some guidelines, but feel free to fill in some blanks on your own.
Yeah,
because as far as you're
warning
concerned,
would've
you've
been
been on
nice.
sabbatical.
I don't have anything written.
Improv.
God, I've never done this.
Now you know how I feel.
Well, you know that you're going to start with one, friend.
Think of it more as a vlog or a journal entry. You're not doing this for the posterity of a ship. You're just recording what you've been up to for your own record and possible future record, but it's more personal than official log.
Dear diary.
Yeah. FX personal log, stardate 54083. I've just arrived on Starbase 27 after a sabbatical in which I've worked heavily with Starfleet Medical, exploring the new avenues we have available to us as medical professionals, as well as getting more acquainted with the pocket crystals. In particular, a experimental method in which we can calm the red variety, and a more full understanding of the crystals of the species. I've gotten to spend a little bit of time off base, go see my family. It's been a while. My kids have really grown. So proud of them. It was nice to spend some time away. But I'm back. Apparently the captain's in trouble, so we'll start there, I suppose. Back in the saddle. End log.
And that was well timed. So we begin on Starbase 27. Currently, setting the stage, we have Captain Harmon Grennan sitting before a panel of 3 admirals. He's seated. He is just taking his chair before the panel that has been questioning him endlessly about what led up to the Bamoth planetfall incident, what happened during it, what happened after. Then they'd go back over things like, why didn't you use your shields at this point? Why didn't you decide to send shuttles at that point? Over and over and over and over. If anything, it seems that the one person in the room that kind of breaks the inquiry that you're under is there's two people in the room that aren't among some of the admirals that would be looking over the inside. Sitting
Wait, how
in
many? How many admirals?
3.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the faces you recognize easily as Rear Admiral Ludwinger. You've met him before, and he's worked with you with the Cowcat Crystal issue.
Yeah, he's given
And
me
he's
a few
also-
assignments.
And he's also part of the 10th Fleet in one of the lower admiral rungs. He has an operational command, but not much, nothing like commanding a whole theater. Unlike Vice Admiral Ruthgar, who is not only station command, but also in command of the Eastern forces along the Klingon and Gorn borders. So he's the senior-most admiral. And the third admiral is an admiral you don't
Tug.
kind of just another rear admiral that you don't really is only dropped by briefly from Starfleet security to oversee your questioning, because right now it's not a JAG hearing, it's a inquiry to decide if they are going to let the Klingons extradite you, and they're seeing if they want to fight it or if they're just going to let you go.
Rear Admiral not appearing in this film.
Yes. The two people who kind of break the inquiry up there is what appears to be a JAG officer off to the side in a chair observing. They're not really saying much. They're a commander. They haven't questioned either side. They're just here to make sure Starfleet uniform code is being adhered to, so they don't ask you illegal questions or try to do anything untoward. Also in the room is the Klingon ambassador, who's also observing. There was a couple times where he would stand up and say something and shout at you over, basically just short of accusing you of being the reason why Beamoth had a station fall into it. But he's usually quieted down by the admirals or the JAG officer, saying, reminding him everything's fine. Under this inquiry, what sort of strategy would Bryn have taken? Would he have been particularly calm about it? Try to stay particularly legal? Get nice and fiery?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd absolutely approach this with a certain amount of legal tact, because I'm not the greatest under fire, in a firefight, but god damn it, I was what was his name? I trained under Miles Wright, god damn it, the greatest damn attorney slash litigator that the Federation has had in the past 3 decades. I know what the fuck I'm doing. So I'm gonna lawyer the shit out of this.
All right, you're gonna give me an opposed presence plus con. And since you're arguing on a legal basis, you're not getting the Klingon isn't really assisting with you getting thrown over, because he's not really. He can lodge the complaint, but he can't really say much beyond that. If you try to do a passionate plea, he would start shouting at you more. You'd kind of open the door to have him shout at you.
Okay.
The JAG officer will be helping the other side because they will be they'll be pulling them over to advise them if you're right or if you're making stuff out of whole cloth.
Yes. I am going to use my law focus.
I think it applies, yeah.
Seems like the kind of place you'd use a law focus. Okay, hopefully my internet connection is stable enough to let me actually roll dice. Get fucked. Did that not go through?
Not yet.
Oh my god, this is so slow.
I'm Phil.
1 hour later.
What'd you get there, Cal?
I got 2 crits.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
So did they.
Oh my god.
Son of a bitch.
Yours still hasn't come through for us.
I'm letting you know that's what I got. I got 4 successes.
Take a screenshot.
Make sure it didn't happen. No. Well,
Just wait for it to
Captain.
go through.
There
we
it
go.
is.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Wow,
Captain,
one of those didn't actually read.
you can succeed at cost.
Well, it depends what this check is.
It's basically you arguing over the 2 days to not be extradited.
You
And
know,
unfortunately,
unfortunately, it seems I failed, so I'm gonna take succeed at cost.
now you make a very well reasoned, immaculate argument. You don't get worked up. You don't get pulled into the Klingons' rhetoric. And most of the time, whenever the admiral pull over the JAG officer, they never. The protocol would be that they would remind you that under advice that is not a legal argument or that doesn't apply. You never run into that, so the JAG officer basically just gets to sit there for the most of the time, thankfully. But at the end
Or
of
it's
your
like-
rather reasoned argument, they deliberate, and then the JAG officer goes in with the admirals, and you're left kind of sitting there.
And let me guess, the Klingon is also there.
Yep.
Just gonna cross my arms. Gonna let him make the first move.
He stands up from his chair. He's an elderly Klingon, gray in hair, hasn't seen the battlefield in a while, but still a Klingon. Like this guy's has seen the battlefield before and has lived a life of service, but now he's been
You
an
can see the
ambassador for a while.
scars.
Yeah, you can see the scars. You can see that hardness around his eyes.
He's
Um,
grizzled.
Yeah.
Got it.
What was the message there penned about Azalon?
For him to contact her.
I'd imagine he's probably in radio silence while in the courtroom.
As
That was a
as
damn
the
good roll.
as the ambassador starts walking over to you, the back door the main door opens, and a member of the junior command staff, a yeoman, kind of walks in. She kind of nods at the ambassador. The ambassador kind of looks startled that someone stepped in and kind of steps back. And then the yeoman walks over to you, Captain, and hands you a pad.
Mm-hmm. Gonna
Miss-
take the pad, open it up.
So what was the message once again, Penn, that you wanted to? What would you have told the captain in writing? Just to contact her?
If he requires help, contact Azalon.
Contact who?
Azalon.
Azalon. Would I recognize that as an admiral?
Give me insight plus command, difficulty 1. There's a lot of people in Starfleet.
Yes, there is.
Yes, not the one who's connected to Penn's folders, but you know.
Okay, get a momentum.
I get a momentum? Wow. I think I get a threat though.
No.
don't-
I rolled 2 successes.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one.
Well, okay, I don't know, because the delay is being super inconsistent.
Oh, you said get one momentum. I understand. Okay.
Oh,
quick
did
to
my
take a-
my roll not go through yet?
No, you
No, I went
said
through.
it before the roll came in. So I was like, I'm getting a threat for a die.
No, no. I rolled. I rolled. I made the roll. Azalon, yeah. That's what I said.
So yeah, with that roll, you do know you know specifically who Penn's talking about. You've had the couple days have kind of made the memory a little fuzzy, but thinking about it, like, oh wait, I know exactly who that is.
Has Penn told me who that is before, or? Oh wait,
It's
I think he has.
And it's something you might have looked up on your own as well, just to know who your superiors are in the event that someone says, "I'm Admiral so and so." okay, there's only so many admirals.
Yeah, plus you were next to him when he said, "Oh, I better contact my mother."
Right. Okay. Yes, I was in the room. No, I remember you specifically saying I better contact my mother. I just couldn't recall if that was if I was in the room for that.
Yep.
So yeah.
Orders, sir.
Ooh. That will be all for now. Thank you for this.
Aye, sir. Ambassador. And the yeoman leaves. Door closes. Ambassador gets back up. Walks over to your shoulder as you're seated. He just stares down at you. His beard bristling as it looks like he's working his jaw a little bit.
Can I help you, Ambassador?
He grabs you by the shoulders. And it looks like he's going to lift you out of your chair.
I stand.
And he just kind of stares into your eyes as he's holding with a very tight grip on your shoulders. He winds his head back.
Huh?
He winds his head back.
I do the same.
Oh no.
And then he headbutts you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna reciprocate that.
Opposed, because you're thankfully you didn't just let him do it.
What is it? Well, I said I was going with it though.
Yeah, it's daring security.
Yeah.
If you don't resist at all, it's just gonna be all successes on my end.
Okay, gonna spend that momentum. Oh, this is so bad. 2 successes.
He'll spend a threat. He doesn't like you. Oh, there you go. You both wind your heads back and then thwack. Oh, you feel that right down to your boots. But you're okay. He probably felt it just as bad. You kind of had to wind your head a bit further back because you don't have a skull of lead. But hey,
he's an older guy.
Yeah.
So just sort of rub my temple. Well, that smarts.
Kind of pushes you away a little bit as he lets go. At that point, the admirals come back in, and they kind of see the admiral standing and you standing. They look between the two of you, and then they take their seats because neither of you look particularly hurt. Be seated, Captain.
Yes, admirals. And you just see sort of rubbing his head.
At current time, it has been decided among ourselves that, and on the advice of the Judge Advocate General's office, that for the time being, your extradition proceeding shall be postponed for the time being. It appears that your services in Starfleet are required immediately.
Immediately? Where?
Report to Shuttle Bay 5. You'll be informed by my staff, says the Vice Admiral.
Understood. May I be dismissed?
You're dismissed. The Klingon gets
Admiral.
up and starts yelling at him, and they just get into this. They just talk to him and just call him like, "Yes, sir. Yes, Ambassador."
As he's yelling at them, I'm just gonna sort of turn towards where the ambassador is, where he's just sort of yelling and probably not paying attention to me. I'm just gonna go, "Ambassador," and I leave. I've been dismissed. I can walk out.
Yeah.
Screw the ambassador.
As you descend, you encounter at the shuttle bay. You encounter a familiar face waiting for you just outside the shuttle bay doors. The shuttle bay room, I should say. As Dr. Efrix has been summoned as well.
Doctor!
Captain, what happened to your forehead? She immediately has her tricorder out, just like checking for concussion.
Mild skin abrasion, but otherwise fine.
I just engaged in some diplomacy.
Right.
Take that as you will.
The call seemed fairly urgent. Do you know what's going on?
No, very little. I just got out of a hearing.
Yes, I heard you were in trouble. Was this about the station?
Unfortunately, yes. I thought we'd put the incident behind us, but apparently the Klingons aren't quite ready to let it go.
It was a tremendous loss of life.
No, it's understood. But
Not that it was your fault, Captain. It wasn't.
I have a bad feeling that there are elements in the Klingon Empire that want to bring me in and hang me out to dry in a show trial.
Good thing you're such a fantastic lawyer, then.
I dabble.
Mm-hmm. So, Pend is XO now.
Yes, he is.
At least it's not me.
And he lets out a chuckle, says, "Oh, you wouldn't have made a too bad an XO. Believe me, I've seen worse."
Stepping out of the shuttle room doors is a lieutenant commander with red shoulder, red collar. Actually, I forgot the time period. And she has a pad in hand, and she looks at the two of you.
Another pad.
Granted, you see a very familiar face, although her hair's up in a bun and stuff. It's Irene Adler in Starfleet uniform.
Motherfucker!
Captain language.
Hang on, wait. Oh,
that
I'm alone,
that has
so I
to
can
be
do
in
this.
character.
Hang on a minute. Adler!
Yeah, doors open. Motherfucker.
So the captain is going to just stare at her, and he's just going to cross his arms, and he's going to say, "Irene."
I've seen her before. This isn't a mind trick, right? That's actually her.
Yeah,
far
it's
as I can
her.
tell.
Her hair
Okay.
isn't long. It's up in a more a bun, so it's away from her shoulder.
Mhm.
It's a proper fitting uniform.
Okay. I just
Harder
wanted to
for
make
those
sure
her
it wasn't
floor as
somebody
well.
messing with Captain's head.
Well, as far as the both of us know.
Yeah. We both see. If somebody's messing with it, they're messing with mine too. So that was the check.
Yep. So, I
Lieutenant
just crossed my
Commander,
arms and go,
Captain.
"What do you want?"
I'm here to give you your order, sir. She holds out the pad.
I just take it with a slight yank.
The Vice Admiral has been made aware that the Kismet has been out of contact for the last 2 days, and according to the Klingon fleet, one of their ships spotted the Kismet near Omnicron Seti. However, we have not heard from them, and they should be well within range. The Vice Admiral has ordered you and Dr. Efrix to investigate where the Kismet might have gone, and possibly the Omicron SETI system to see if some other untoward incident occurred. You have been assigned as it should say on the pad there, the runabout Willistok for your task. And for the time being, that's all the Admiral can give you, as the nearest ship that is available is the, I believe it's the Tereshkova, and unfortunately, it's at Starbase 21, and it left it not that long ago, so it is quite some distance away. However, should you find greater need, we will certainly send a message to them to lend a hand. Any questions?
And what's your angle?
Excuse me, sir?
What's your angle this time, Irene?
Captain, I appreciate that you're being familiar, but I would appreciate if you called me by my rank.
What rank is she?
Lieutenant Commander. It seems rather familiar since we've only just met.
Wait a second. Oh no. She's just screwing with my mind, isn't she? What did you say your name was?
Oh, I didn't, sir. Lieutenant Commander Irene von Wartburg. I'm assigned here to Starbase 27 as part of the Admiral staff.
Okay.
I'm his adjunct. We were talking the other day about your trial.
Yes, of course. I apologize. You just looked like someone I knew.
Oh. Well, if there are no other questions, I think I'll be on my way. Doctor, Captain? She kind of looks at you again, Captain, and raises her eyebrows and just walks off.
So the moment she leaves, I just put my hand on my head again. I say, "Oh, Klingon must have hit me harder than I thought," and I walk into the shuttle bay.
I follow. Captain, she appeared to be Adler to me also. So if they're messing with your head, they're messing with mine.
Yeah, and, well, you've been away on your sabbatical, but we've run into her a number of times while you've been away.
I didn't think you wouldn't.
It appears that, let's just say, reports of her death have been exaggerated.
Well, hopefully this runabout doesn't blow up on us.
Knowing my luck today, I'm probably not even going to make it out of orbit of this starport.
Don't look at me, Captain. I'm a doctor, not a pilot.
And I guess we're going to go to our designated runabout.
When you approach the runabout, there are a collection of flight and engineering staff who are waiting around for you. And one of them, a lieutenant, approaches. Captain, Doctor, pleasure to meet you.
Like what rank?
Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah. Likewise, Lieutenant. How's she looking?
She's looking fine, sir. We were waiting on you to see what configuration you wanted us to put the pod module into. We can set it for passenger, cargo, long duration, or combat configuration. But the Admiral saw fit that be left to your discretion.
Considerate of them. How far away is the Kismet from us?
It's across the sector.
Yeah, then long duration.
Aye, sir. And he motions to the collection of crewmen and enlisted crewmen and young officers, and they kind of start running around and start moving stuff around with heavy equipment. The lieutenant looks back to the two of you. So, on a long trip? He smiles. Like, that's funny.
Yes. We're looking at a trek across the sector.
Oh, well, that should be a fun time. Not a whole lot up in this sector, sadly.
Well, that's honestly for the best.
Yes. Is there any extra supplies you want us to load up the shuttle with? Beyond the standard issue, of course.
Well, what do we have?
Oh, you know, your standard EVA suits, emergency kit, that sort of thing. Spare battery packs.
Yes, I'd say load us up with a couple spare EV suits and yes, some additional power cells would be helpful.
We should be able to fit those in, sir. Doctors, anything you want us to load up? I am understanding that this might be somewhat. You're on an official assignment.
Indeed.
I have the orders right here, and he holds up the pad.
It comes with a standard medical kit, right?
Yeah, there'd be at least one assigned to the runabout.
And that comes with enough for the treat basic.
Yeah. And of course, we also have our standard equipment.
Yeah.
But things like a surgery kit or any special medical devices from a science book wouldn't be in there.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I have that. Hang on.
As you start taking the pad and scrolling through, going, let me think for a second. What do I need?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while.
Oh yeah, no.
I've been in a lab, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly. You don't need your medical supplies in the lab.
Yeah, normally you're like, I just grabbed me the thing from over there. Which one? Oh, it's probably in that drawer. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you had interns doing all that for you.
I was just at Starfleet teaching. It was just...
Damn it, intern. What do you think I'm paying you for? You don't pay us. This is a post-scarcity society.
They get luxury credits.
Oh no. Where's the equipment stuff in this book?
Are you
50.
looking at all the fancy medical stuff?
Chapter 15?
Page 50, chapter 4. Actually, chapter 4 is the entire is all the gear.
Okay.
I didn't realize that myself. Can I have a bio bed, please?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Maybe if we take out one of the normal beds, but it'll take a little bit of time.
Yeah, that has to be in medbay. Sorry, my first thing was thinking about the way to heal the cockpit, but
Ooh, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe load it up with some what's the word? Like some fabrication supplies, like medicine fabrication, chemical supplies.
Like a mobile lab.
Yeah.
Not like a huge mobile lab, but like
the kind that takes up your whole back, because that's as small as they get, really.
yeah.
Yeah, like you need a couple hands to carry it, but
This isn't costing you anything extra because you have a lot of time to set up with the Starbase, and the Starbase has plenty. They're not really hurting for supplies, and you're on official assignment, so like, we'll if anything, you're using up their momentum, if anything.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah.
And we have no idea what kind of situation the Kismet might be in, and we only have the dinky little transporter here, so maybe some pattern enhancers wouldn't go
amiss.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid because he's letting us just take all this shit.
Oh, and as for the drugs that are in that chapter there, Doctor, it's
Yeah.
those will be all part of your kit. You'd have
Okay.
those.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, there's nowhere. Blah blah blah.
There's no that. You're right.
Yeah, there's.
There is no that. It's true. You have anything?
I already have the rudimentary translation matrix, right, for the crystals.
Oh,
Yeah, it's also on the Kismet because
Okay.
Myth was
Ooh.
working on developing it. So.
grab a cortical stimulator.
I
Just.
think we already. I already.
Do you?
That's part of it, isn't it? Or no?
No, that
no.
actually has an opportunity cost.
Oh. Yeah, okay, why
Anything with
not?
anything with opportunity cost is something that would normally be in a kit because it's expected you'd be pulling it out of it'd be in your doctor's office rather than in the field.
Gotcha. So yeah, we'll grab one of
So,
those just in case.
That's all I can think of. If you guys want to.
There's no way to. There's no way to like hotwire a portable resonance field, is there?
You can attempt to explain it to the officer there to see if they can fabricate it, because the sort of thing that the one that you discovered is something that's usually
Mhm.
built into a bay.
That's what I was thinking.
But if you could build something, if you want something that you could walk around with, they could try to fabricate it, but you'd have to walk them through it to do it quickly.
Yeah.
It'd be a roll of control plus medicine difficulty of I'll say 3.
Okay. Actually, my control and my medicine are pretty good. Don't think probably any of my things apply though, as far as focus is. Unless counseling counts.
Nah,
Xenobiology?
no. This is an engineering.
Not really.
type.
This is more engineering or
Yeah.
like
Right.
The
command.
Hatfield's doctor would get a focus. The Hatfield's doctor gets a focus in medical equipment,
Yeah.
which is what this would be.
You could use xenobiology with increased complication.
Nah, we'll just go with my basics. If we can't do it, we can't do it. But I'm gonna try and talk them through it.
Gonna offer any threat for extra dice?
Nope.
Okay.
Don't do it. Nope.
Nope.
You try to explain it to him, and he can get the engineering part. That's why you're not rolling the engineer part. He gets how to actually tell the replicator how to do it and how to fit it. But when he's done, it doesn't quite work. It's too imprecise. The thing he makes basically would destroy a crystal rather than resonate and heal it the way you need it. It's a very experimental tech. It's very picky.
Yeah. Well, it's a good prototype at the very least. To put it towards refining it later. I thank you for your help.
Yeah, it's a starting point. We could tinker with it on the way.
That's maybe not the best idea with in confined spaces, Captain, but appreciate the thought.
Cowcake Crystal Destroyer. Oh no.
Oh no.
Although it does, apparently he basically recreated what breaks down Cowcats into dilithium. That's kind of where you had that's how you guys found that out to begin with. You worked from there and then tried to find a way to not destroy them and actually just reconstitute them.
Right.
Almost like almost like beaming, except a lot more complicated somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're not moving something, you're keeping it in one place, but you're changing its molecular structure.
I think
one last thing.
Aye, sir.
An emergency beacon. Self-contained power cell.
Smart, Captain.
All right, sir. That should be. We have everything loaded up. The module is now fixed, and we have extra sets of uniform there, of course, in the living module, and everything should be fine. There should be enough beds in there for up to a certain amount of people. 4 people together. But we're ready to go when you are, sir.
All right, let's do this.
As you step into the runabout, it's a decent Danube class runabout. There's a slight refit here or there for comfort, or the panels being laid out a little more efficiently because they've been out for a little while now. But yeah, it's familiar, roomy runabout, scale 2 ship, and you should see the stats for it in under Kismet characters.
Oh, let me. Well, it's stuck.
And actually, I'll mark which one you turned on.
Yeah,
You
we grabbed
activated.
long duration.
The back area has been basically transformed. If you ever saw one of the later episodes of Voyager, the back end's basically a lounge sleeping area. So it's comfortable. So that way, since you're out there for a long time, you have plenty of room to just relax, stretch. So you're not just sitting in your chair the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it allows to not get all the bad things that happen with space travel.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm ready.
Indeed.
Let's set out.
Everett now has like 4 bags of medical equipment.
Oh, whoops. So you take your seats. The runabout is yours.
Yeah, let's bounce, so to speak.
Captain, we're in space. I don't think bouncing will help us much.
It's a figure of speech, Efrix.
Oh, right, humans. Sorry, I've been away for a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna press the button and see who it is.
Runabout Willistic, this is flight control for Starbase 27. Are you ready for departure?
We are.
Very well. Bringing down outside field. Flight path is approved. Clear when ready.
All right, and we
I
are.
assume pre-flight has all been done before we get aboard.
I don't
We
know.
shall-
This is a captain that doesn't fly much. No.
We'll depart.
You forgot to take the parking brake off.
Yeah, cue the parking brake still being on.
The chocks start keeping it from moving forward. It's a shuttle. How does...
Just scrape along the side.
Okay, do you need me to make any kind of roll?
Please.
Depends.
Shut up, Ben.
It depends. What is your intention now that you're away from the station? The
Okay,
starbase.
Gonna plot a course and make best possible speed without taxing our engines.
Well, does anyone have the cruising speed for a runabout off the top of their head?
Nope.
Off the
I
top
think
of
you
my
can go
head,
pretty
I want
fast.
to say 4, but I'm not sure if that's right.
Because if that's how fast it is, we're never gonna get there.
I mean, I can tell you what roll you have to make, but I can't tell you what speed.
I'll be right back.
Does that say if he rolls a complication on plotting a course, can he go the wrong way?
Flies into Klingon space, extradites himself.
Okay, I was close. Cruising speed warp 5 for the Danube class runabout.
Oh dear. I'll wait for him to come back. 'Cause that's news.
Yeah, they don't go the fastest.
No.
It's gonna take a little bit of time. Just a little bit. Oh.
I mean, don't we
Also, I
still have
pulled
to...
up my PDF viewer to get the Star Trek books, and then realized I was in the middle of reading a different RPG rule system. It's like Stars Without Numbers is not the right thing.
Oh, that's a great system. No, I love that system.
Yeah, I just got the free PDF and been reading through it. Possibly going to run it at some point.
It's fun.
I also want to look through the sector creation system because that looks interesting.
That's what it is.
Varder and I have both played that system before.
Okay, I'm back. What do I have to do?
So if you go normal cruising speed of warp 5,
Ugh.
it will take you a month to get there.
Oh,
Oh my god. What's max speed?
Max speed, you could theoretically try to push this thing up to warp 9, which will get you there in about 5 days. But that takes some very careful management of the power system, so you don't just burn through all
Melt
your
it.
reserve power or
Okay,
melt
how
the
about-
warp manifold.
Okay, what about 8.5?
8.5 gets you there in about 6 days.
Okay. Is it more manageable?
It's easier, but still pretty hard. 'Cause you're pushing past cruising, so anything that's past cruising will take some effort. Warp 5 is a no roll because it's a thing. That's a speed that it can just do. But if you wanted to go faster and maintain that speed for a long time, you kind of have to play pocket engineer.
Let me think for a moment. I say do like half a day at warp 7, then half a day at warp 8.5, rinse and repeat.
That would get you. So you're basically floating between 7 and 8. Take you roughly 7 days.
Okay, I'll take it.
A week is more manageable, yeah.
Now first, to make sure you time out your warp cycle correctly, so you don't take longer than you mean to, or use up more, or strain the ship more than you want to. I'm gonna ask you to plot a course for me.
Okay, reason on.
And that is
Yeah, that's Reason Con.
Reason Con. Ah.
Okay, that's
Difficulty
actually not that. That's actually not my worst roll.
Difficulty of 2 to set that up, I believe. I'm gonna double check.
Okay,
that.
does the ship assist?
Difficulty
does.
of 3. Assisted by the
3.
ship's computer's con.
I think you two have the same Reason Con score. Oh.
Oh, the doctor can assist if she wants, because she is in the
Doctor,
co-pilot
please
chair.
assist.
You'll allow me to. What is it? Reason Con?
Yeah.
Just channel your inner pen, see what happens.
Oh no.
Did you roll?
Yeah, I did.
You're going the wrong way.
I can't see it yet. I'm assuming probably I don't.
Does
get
the
to
doctor
roll.
get to roll?
Yeah.
Well, the
Based on
doctor
that response.
the doctor gets to roll. I just don't like that big red 0.
Oh no.
Oh. Well, I mean, could be just as bad. We'll find out. My reason's pretty good.
Exactly.
Rip.
My con is not. I have a question because it's been a while and my brain doesn't want to work. For talents, those are once a session?
No, those are just whenever they apply.
Okay. Wait. Oh, but this one is because I have to burn a determination, that's why.
Right.
Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna do that yet.
Yeah, not worth it for an assist roll.
Oh, I'm a doctor, not a blank. Okay.
Yeah,
Did you roll?
I mean, I wasn't helpful. I still don't see your roll, Cap.
Huh.
So you got a 1 and a 0, I'm assuming?
1 in a complication.
Oh dear. So, so you've set your course.
Oh, what did the other 2 roll?
0.
Oh.
You've set your course, and now it's just a matter of setting the. So you want to move about that warp. I'm going to ask you for a control con roll to set yourself into warp, to set up the warp cycle to fly, and difficulty is going to be 3.
Okay, and the
Oh.
shuttle gets to help this time.
Yes.
Did that not go? Hang on. Things being fussy. It's not rolling my dice.
Oh.
Do you like me to roll shuttle?
Either way, they're both 2 successes. I accidentally rolled twice. Either way, it's 2 successes.
And it's the shuttle's engines plus con. So tick. Tick. Oh, wait, that should be yes anyway. Okay. And 1 more from the shuttle. So you do actually manage to get the warp to go. But as part of your complication, you're going to be... You used up more power than you meant to. So you're going to be short power when you arrive.
Ugh. All right.
I mean, what could go wrong with not plotting the course correctly?
2 non-pilots on a shuttle for a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There we go.
We're gonna go stir crazy.
You're annoyed after the first day when Efrix won't stop showing pictures of her kids.
Aw. Oh, does she have like the little fold-out thing in the wallet?
Except their holograph, yeah.
Aw.
So what do you do? What do you do for a week?
Probably just gonna catch up in my backlog of just sort of recordings of like, theatrical performances. I've been so busy as of late that I haven't had an opportunity to watch them. Unfortunately, it's not as authentic as going to watch it on the holodeck. But it's something. I'm watching future Netflix.
Okay. And what is the good doctor doing?
Probably continuing some of the medical reading that she'd been doing on leave. And then also, I'd like her to write out what they accomplished with the portable resonance field, but then maybe extrapolate things that could make it actually be successful. Just theorizing, not actually messing with it in the shuttle.
You can give me an insight medicine roll, difficulty of 3, to produce to figure out a way that maybe you can get this thing to work in the field. Because you're theory crafting,
Okay.
more or less.
Yeah. I just have some time to kill, so I figured I'd...
And the shuttle does help with this because it has a computer that can walk you through it.
I don't think any of my focuses apply. Ugh.
And the ship actually made it.
Hey!
Wow. I mean, yeah.
If you can you discover that one of two things can happen. You can do. You can either attempt to modify it here on the shuttle on the runabout, or if you can get onto into a ship's workshop, like say, or a station workshop, you could probably get this thing adjusted, like walk the computer through what you need at the cost of 2 momentum. Because you know how it's built, you know how it's supposed to work. You just have to get it to not destroy the crystal, and it just requires some programming and some very specific instructions. And after talking with the computer, hey, like in the phrase of like, "Hey, computer, if I did this, what would happen?" And then going back and forth until you're like, "No, okay, that's gonna work."
Okay. Yeah, so it's something that I can do in the future that'll actually probably work.
Yeah.
I want to be going over the last logs that we have from the Kismet.
Well, I'm glad you did that. Mr. Pend.
Hello.
How about you give me a little log, a supplemental, if you will, of the last of what had happened before the episode stopped.
Or are we doing a scene transition?
Yeah, it's him sitting in probably briefly in the captain's quarters, standing in front of the monitor to do a quick update of the ship's log, because he's kind of in the middle of something. It's like, hold on, I better duck off and do this.
Supplemental log. We've just finished dealing with the Klingon captain, who seems to have a interest in the smugglers on the planet. Seems that, yes, he did actually fire torpedoes into an abandoned mining colony. More than likely going to cause an incident, but hopefully we can get by without anything too delicate going wrong. I have ordered an away team down to not procure, but at least try and bring back the smugglers and their cargo. Hopefully we can get them back without the Klingons interfering. My only worry is, with the planet's condition deteriorating, we may end up with some casualties. End log.
And that was the last log that Starbase 27 received from the Kismet.
Oh, that's great.
Well, the last log from Pend, anyway.
Oh, are there others?
Oh, sure. You have a whole crew of people that regularly update Starfleet Command on, hey, here's our logs. In the event we go poof, let's let people know what we're doing out here.
Okay, is there anything more recent?
Give me insight plus command, difficulty 2. Trying to ferret out stuff that's recent, but isn't just someone talking about their favorite cat or something. It's like, so because there's a lot of newer logs, you're trying to find one that's actually relevant. Because you don't have a new one from Pend, but there might be one from someone else.
Yes, this is my second best roll. And I just gotta wait for it to process. Because, by God, this internet connection is the worst thing.
Well, hey, at least you have an audio setup that is coming through clearly.
Don't worry about it. You're lo-fi.
I got it.
DIY.
Two successes.
Okay, and actually the shuttle does help you a little bit in processing.
Yep.
I didn't need to put in medicine because command's just as bad. Hey, gave you you actually gained a momentum.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, we gain a momentum out of that.
Of the other people, we're going to
So I assume I'm finding something useful in one of the other senior staffers' logs.
Uh-oh. I rolled for someone who's in here. Yeah, we're down one, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We
Yeah,
don't have hijack.
He's currently
Ah.
sinking a real lifeboat.
Exactly.
Oh, right. I remember now. You get one from Varder.
Oh, hi. Yes, what?
Hey,
A log update. This is roughly after you came back up from the planet.
Right. Okay. Oh, personal log. Chief Varder. Recent we mission to the surface of Omicron City, whichever number it was, 4, has been successful in that we have recovered and secured both the smugglers and the cargo they stole from the Klingon Empire. And unfortunate in the discovery that the cargo taken were Klingon torpedoes augmented with Kalgate crystals. As I was saying this, the smugglers are all recovering and healthy. Nothing more than exposure to a hostile atmosphere, but nothing lethal. End log.
Well, that's good. It sounds like the away team mission was a success. What happened to them after? Are there any automatic pings from the Kismet? Not necessarily a log from the crew, but some kind, like, any important communications pings from the Kismet?
You'll need to scan for that. It's not something that would have been logged normally.
Oh, no, I'm talking. Don't like Federation starships usually send out like automatic communication bursts?
Yeah, and that's the last one you have is them. It registered them as in the Omicron SETI system about 2 days ago. Actually, further now because it's been a few days, but 2 days since they left.
Interesting.
Oh, sorry, no, they left a while ago, and then they went they stopped pinging for 2 days, and that's when the Admiralty went, why did the Kismet just go silent for no reason? Let's send someone out to find out what happened.
Who better than its captain?
Yeah. Plus, someone was getting you out of a very hairy extradition trial that you weren't winning. Thankfully, you have a friend on the board, so that's why you got to leave that room.
Yep.
You know, I think the captain should really go and attend to a ship. It's very, he knows the ship better than anybody.
Okay.
What would have happened otherwise? Just Efrics on a ship.
Oh,
Do you really want to just send a medical officer to go rescue a ship? You're asking a lot of the poor doctor.
Yep.
Efrix just goes
Cut
full.
to Efrics flying the runabout into a sun.
No, whatever situation the Kismet has found itself in, Efrix just goes full Rambo.
I'm a doctor, not a soldier. Ah!
Gets 3 points of determination just to work with.
Oh God.
I did punch someone once.
Yeah, and that was satisfying.
Wasn't that the same episode you did your shoulder in?
Oh God. So.
No, it was different.
So yeah. I guess we're just gonna continue on.
Uh-oh. As you continue on, either of you can roll me a plus science roll, difficulty of minimum of 2, but the more successes you get, if you spend more momentum, if you get more than that and you spend it into succeeding, you'll get extra information. You don't necessarily have to ask a specific. You could either use it for asking extra questions, or I might just supply you with a more detailed information if you can't think of anything.
Okay.
Okay.
This is just you scanning and seeing them from like super long range.
My reason science is 15.
Yeah, you do that, Efrix. I only have
Okay.
an 11.
This scan occurs about 5 days into your journey. You've kind of been scanning them every day just to kind of check if they were coming this way anyway, which they were supposed to, theoretically, but you haven't run into them for the last 5 days. This is the first time you're getting any sensor data that's possibly them.
Okay. I don't think I have a focus. Okay. Stroll. Here we go. Ugh.
And the ship?
Sensors plus science.
Yeah. I mean, I figured that, but
Oh, browser.
That 18 though.
Uh-oh.
Well, GM died, we win.
rip.
What did people get?
Efrix got 1 success, and I don't see a roll for the shuttle yet.
If someone could roll the shuttle for me, I'm still getting back into roll 20.
Yeah, I'll do it. What was it? It was...
Sensor science.
Sensor science.
Nope.
Oh no.
No, Google, no. That's not what I
the
wanted.
ships
Don't
have-
search for roll 20. Go to.
Shuttles don't have good stats.
The shuttle also rolled a 0.
They
Yeah.
I mean,
Sh-
in all
shuttles-
fairness, it was working with a 7 total.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That 18 is concerning.
no.
Mm.
As I've said, shuttles. I think shuttles get successes less than half the time.
Yeah. Do you wish to do a determination spend, or are you gonna let the roll lie?
What's your what values you have, Efrix?
I feel like the one that would apply here is a starship as a home, a crew, a family.
And we're looking for our home.
Yep.
I'd allow that.
So I guess just re-roll 1 die.
If we want me to spend
So
it,
that's that. Let me just see.
because we don't know what kind of shape they're going to be in when we get there,
Yeah.
and that means that's a determination I can't spend for anything else.
Yeah. So I'd let it lie.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. It's like, oh, I thought I saw something.
Yeah, next time we can make a
nothing.
roll, we're gonna have you spend a momentum.
Well, I wanted to save it in case it succeeded so that we could ask questions.
Yeah.
You detect at long range debris that matches with hull plating, similar to the Kismet.
Well, we've seen that before. That doesn't necessarily mean the Kismet's.
All right. Let's bring it in and let's get a bit closer.
So you drop out of warp.
I assume so. Okay, and do we have debris on? Can we get the debris on screen? Or well, there isn't a screen, is there?
You can just look out the cockpit window.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like there's a window though.
Yeah, it's a window. So what do we got?
Can we see anything visually?
You see bits of metal kind of drifting there in space.
Something that we see that says U.S.S. Kismet.
See if what I'm thinking is anything we could potentially tractor beam onto, a good solid piece.
You can. You have the issue though that you don't have a cargo bay to draw it into. You can drag it
Yeah.
with you, but you have nowhere to put it.
Yeah.
I just want to bring it closer.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can. There's actually a rule attached to that. It's a rule I don't ask
Oh,
for very
boy.
often.
Please don't ram the debris into our ship.
It is control security, difficulty 2, assisted by shuttles, structure security.
I'd be rolling at 11. What about you?
I also have an 11 in that.
Best rescue team ever.
Why did you pick us for this?
Hey, and Admiral did you a favor. He could have sent other people to do it. He's like, you need to get out of here.
You could have sent us with a pilot.
You could have requested one.
Oh shit.
That's why.
It's very
Captain,
true.
the pilot.
I almost said you should bring a.
Oh, sure.
I kind of thought we had one. And then you're like, oh, you're in the ship. And I was like, well, I guess we can't ask for anything else. This is it.
Okay. Want me to roll it?
Yeah, your rolls.
Oh,
no.
no.
The shuttle helps.
It's the Kismet.
Nope, it's that red 0 that I don't like.
It's the Kismet. I just got what you mean.
And it's coming right at you.
What does the shuttle get?
The shuttle. That's what it sounded like you
What's
said.
the roll for the shuttle?
I mean, I don't think that has to be correct. Structure security.
Nope, and there's also a complication.
You tractor it. And you, instead of lowering, you start reducing power to the tractor so it doesn't keep pulling it too close. Except you don't just turn it down, you turn it off. So it just maintains its momentum and just clunk into the front of the runabout.
Yep, the two
Ouch.
non-people who should not be on a
As
ship
you
together.
take a certain amount of damage.
Are leaving their
Oh,
trap.
no.
You just rammed a deck plate into your own face.
Which means we're going to take a breach. Fuck.
I told you not to ram us.
Oh, best rescue team ever.
Did you have
This is
shields up?
amazing.
No.
No, we're gonna take a breach.
You do have resistance too.
This is
Thanks.
true. Hey.
Okay, well, we only take one, but that's still enough to give us a breach.
Damage is enough to give you a breach. Oof.
Because it did
Yep.
any damage with the shields down.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because it's any amount of damage if the shields are down.
Oof.
Captain, we don't learn anything.
See, you all
We're
think
real
it's
bad at
easy,
this.
but Pend made it look easy.
No,
Oh my
the thing
God.
is, we've run into this before and we didn't learn anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
The thing
Okay.
hits you, and the whole ship just shakes suddenly, and then a lot of your screens start flickering.
Mm.
Hey, at least it wasn't life
Okay.
support.
Let's bring
And
the
now the
computers
piece is
back.
drifting away from you.
Yeah, and that's just a minor.
Did we
action
get a
for
real
you.
good look at it when it was hitting us?
You can attempt a roll, Doctor, of
Sure.
insight plus security, difficulty 2,
I was
or
watching
con
it.
if that's better.
They're the same.
Okay.
That hurt. I'm feeling personal.
I'm real afraid of things, but it's well.
Nope.
Nope, didn't see anything. I was
you were
too
too bu-
busy
you were
being
too-
a side seat driver, doing the
It all
Star
happened
Trek
so
shuffle.
fast.
Like, oh, the captain must be doing this on purpose. Donk. Okay, that probably wasn't on purpose.
Too busy doing the Star Trek shimmy.
Yes, everyone do the Star Trek shimmy. Oh God.
Unfortunately, the audience can't see that we did that perfectly.
Well, unfortunately, my camera's on.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
You know
yeah,
that thing? We've got a red shirt and a shuttle.
So that failed.
Yep.
Let's wait. Duh. Efrix, scan the debris, would you?
Mm-hmm. Science.
Reason
Something?
plus science.
Reason?
Difficulty
Okay.
difficulty 0.
Is this assisted
Oh,
by census science?
Thankfully, not the
Oh
computer.
God! Gee, thanks.
We could have just started with that.
Yep.
Fuck.
You see, something
3
makes
success?
me think that you overthought this.
Oh,
What? You generate
God.
3 momentum.
This group
Yay!
overthinks something.
This is the worst possible timeline.
Efrix.
No, you could have
No, the
actually
worst
just
possible
destroyed
timeline
your
is if it
shuttle.
was just Efrix.
Yeah, that's true. We've talked about this.
And imagine if you'd used the tractor beam and just straight out destroyed the shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, if
Um,
it was just Efrix, A, probably wouldn't have made it this far, but B, wouldn't have thought to use the tractor beam, so that wouldn't have happened.
Oh, how much power have we used so far?
None,
lot.
actually.
Oh.
Oh, well, you're down 2, actually, because you were inefficient in your warp cycling.
Mm-hmm. And we're not in a new scene yet, then.
Not yet, no. And
Okay.
computer damage, I'm going to make sure that doesn't really affect
Oh,
anything
yeah, that's
changing.
true. Yeah.
Well, it just takes us a minor action to bring it back up.
Yeah, I'm just seeing what it would have done. Oh, okay, it just wouldn't be able to assist you unless you did a minor action to fix it. Okay.
Which we say we did.
Okay, you just quickly just reboot the OS.
It's not like we're in combat.
Yeah. Hey, if you forgot to say that, I was gonna let you sit there with that down. So I go, computer, and it doesn't reply. Oh yeah, I never reset it.
Yeah.
Like,
But scanning
Yeah,
the
as soon
debris,
as that happened, I pretty
bombs,
much
just-
said, I just have to take a minor action to restore it. So,
Doctor, your sensors show that is indeed Starfleet deck plating. Not deck plating, but
oh.
hull plating. It doesn't
A?
have any. It doesn't have any particular. Oh, actually, you have momentum. What would you like to know? You do confirm that yes, this is indeed Starfleet issue, modern day hull plating, as opposed to say
Okay.
like some old ship from long ago.
Is it like how much of it is there? Like, is it enough to constitute a whole ship and to be really concerned, or is it just like something to a scratch?
I'll give that to you without costing you momentum. Quick look over at the amount would show that it would constitute a breach, but it wouldn't be enough for the whole ship. There's not enough here.
Okay. Well, that's one relief. Gosh.
hang on, I think. Oh, direction. Is the debris floating in any particular direction?
That will cause some momentum.
Yes, I asked that question.
Computer.
It would appear it is drifting. Actually, I can actually draw it out. Not with that color. True.
That way. Okay, so that wait, this U.S.S. Kismet here, that's just its last known position, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, it's if the Kismet took damage here, our next best bet would be to follow the direction of that debris.
Given that knowledge, is there any like sign of a warp trail? Like, did they warp out of here?
That'll cost some momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth it.
Now here's the bonus thing I'll throw in. For 2 momentum, they could have impulsed away from here. or you can leave it as it is, and you'll get a warp direction.
I'll do the 2 momentum spend. I'll take that.
Oh, on top of the warp direction one, because you already took the warp direction.
Well, it's one to answer if they went to warp, in what direction. But
Okay.
the extra 2 is having the advantage of, oh, they never went to
Okay,
warp.
so you're gonna answer both of those questions. Okay.
Yeah.
That I'm okay with. Except now we're out of momentum again.
Oh, so that's the direction they went.
Yeah, it looks like they dropped out of warp for whatever reason, and then they started going this way. You can see an impulse wake.
Okay.
Even a week later. Nice eye, Efrix.
I try.
All right.
And what did you do?
Well, start driving us out there. Keep those sensors on high alert. And I'll start driving. I'll start driving us out at like. Well, you said it. They limped away at impulse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Captain, might I suggest we proceed with shields?
Agreed. Put up the shields.
A bubble of energy pops into existence around the runabout.
Something did clearly injure the Kismet, so they probably didn't tractor beam a piece of their own hole into them. That's just...
You're not going to let that go, are you?
I would never bring it up in front of Pend. I promise. But
see that you don't.
I will.
Brings it up to Vader, who then brings it up.
True.
And
I
guess
assuming this is the Kismet, but we know for sure it's Starfleet at least, so that's concerning.
So I think we are going to proceed at max impulse.
And scene change.
Continue scanning.
Scene change. We're going to go over to the Kismet.
Yes, hi.
Oh, is this where we're going to learn what the fuck happened to them?
Everything's fine.
He's like, oh, wait. Oh, the choices they made, there should be a lot more debris there. Oh.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I can see that happening.
Oops, wrong one.
Oh, this is cool. So it sounds like whatever choices you guys make is going to determine how hard it is for us to find you.
Yes, we somehow managed to cloak the ship.
Last we left with the Kismet, the whole a couple of people were sent down. Specifically, it was the torpedo had been locked up by the order of Pend, and who's on the bridge. And I believe Varder and Myth were heading down to the torpedo room to examine it. Torpedo room, the cargo room.
It's the torpedo room now.
It is the torpedo room now.
Everything
The whole
else is
ship
not in there.
shakes around you, Pend, and the red alert sounds, and then lights just die all over the place, and like half of the screens are shut off. Panels start exploding. People start flying all over the place.
Status report.
Give me presence plus engineering difficulty 2. Or insight command, sorry. Insight plus command difficulty 1. I'm wrong.
Would composure?
Efrix.
Composure, yeah. Gain more momentum. Well, Commander, you learn from the staff with you that you have damage across all. A massive hull breach has occurred. The ship is currently traveling at warp without any prompt. It just kind of started going. Tons of systems offline across the ship. There's the breaches across a lot of the lower decks and some of the upper decks. There's some EPS overloads across various systems. Main computer is down, but you're now operating off of the secondary, the auxiliary computer.
Where's the origin of the blast?
With that one momentum you gained, I think it was one. Yes, that one momentum you gained, you can learn that.
Yeah.
Okay. It came from the cargo bay where the device was.
Well, we're not looking at that anymore. I'll calm down. Vada, Myth, do you read?
Communications are down, sir. We haven't gotten them fixed yet. Most of the reports we're getting through are text. If they're near a console, we might catch them, but they'd have to be looking around for us.
Full stop. Let's get the systems back online.
The Colin isn't responding. I can't get us to stop. We seem to be increasing. We're currently at warp 7 and increasing.
Wait, I thought you said that they hobbled at impulse.
You're right, they did.
We don't know.
Oh, motherfucker.
Orders, Commander.
Focus teams in engineering. Let's get this shit back online as soon as possible.
Aye, sir. You can give me presence plus engineering difficulty of 3.
Yeah. I mean, can composure work?
Yeah, I mean, you have a ship that's basically torn the heckin' back, and you're trying to keep your head together.
I'm going to give you 1 threat.
1 threat.
Oh no, the GM hasn't even spent a threat yet.
He did for you.
For when the Klingon hits you in the head.
He starts at 11 due to Penn's gun.
Oh, Pen.
I would like to use my determination.
Which value?
I am the storm, not the calm. Everything seems to be going to shit.
Yeah, you're kind of embracing it, like as the ship shakes or people panicking, you're kind of just racing around along with them and just going where people need you're getting to the trouble spots instead of trying to enforce calm.
So I can reroll 2 of those, can't I?
You can reroll all 3 if you want.
Yeah, I'm not going to reroll
No.
the 2.
That is a good. That's a.
There you go. Get yourself a momentum.
Yee.
Woohoo.
Text messages from engineering. They have the engines under control, to some degree anyway. They can shut down the warp core. But if they do that, we probably won't be able to start up the dilithium matrix again for 24 hours at least. Also, there's no word from Mr. Varder or from. And apparently, they were told that Mr. Aram was going to head down, but he hasn't reported in either.
Okay, if we've got the warp core online, let's make sure we can get Helm back working. And I want teams set around all ship. Let's find out who's where and if they need medical attention.
Give me presence plus medicine and difficulty 1. as you're
Don't forget to
deploying.
activate the EMH.
Sure.
I'm kind of
EMH.
counting the EMH as a as the reason why it's not difficulty 2, because you have a person who can pop in and out where they need to be.
Right. Yeah, because that's the thing. This EMH can be anywhere on the ship.
Yeah.
Assuming the computers are damaged. They are, but he's fine. They figured out a way to keep him moving.
Yeah, let me hit this difficulty 1 task with a medicine 1.
Your command's okay though.
No, I've got to use
Yeah,
presence.
Yeah.
You're able to get medical teams to get checks on various areas. And when one medical team texts back up to the bridge that the area where the cargo bay is and some of the surrounding area is open to space. There's no one there to save.
Well, luckily we had shields up as well.
And we're going to cut over to Mr. Varder and Myth.
Woohoo! We're in space.
I can't breathe in space.
Oh no!
You're an android. I'm not.
The two of you
Yep,
walk
you've been
up
in
to
space
the doors where there's guards standing there with their Type 3, with their Type 2 phasers, and you let them know that the captain authorized the two of you to come in, and they nod. They open the door, and then it's just fire and light for a moment, and the both of you are just knocked back, and you're flattened to the ground, and then you start skidding rather violently toward the light and noise.
I attempt to bend up the deck plating and grab onto it.
Daring
You
plus
can do that,
security
yeah.
difficulty.
I'm an android.
Because you're an android, this is possible at all. but the
Exactly.
difficulty is going to be fairly high. I'm going to
I'm
call
sure.
it
Christ.
a 4.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, let's see. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, but I want to try, you know?
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, Jesus Christ.
Well, you're skidding, but you know.
It's these things that, you know, are possible, just not probable because of what you are. Yeah, no.
yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
You grab onto the carpeting and you try to bend it, and then you're just pulled along too hard.
You know, I just want to grab onto something that like
Ooh, it's like the
The
worst case of
wall.
rug burn.
Daring con difficulty 2.
I'm guessing survival comes into this.
Yes.
Oh god, Daring Con is a great stat for me.
Hey, you make it.
You start flying away, and you grab onto the door, and you don't continue flying into the room. It does look like Myth is starting to fall in, though. Their attempt to scrabble at the carpeting, because that's all it looks like to you, doesn't really seem to give them any purchase.
Let's try and grab them if they can't catch themselves.
Daring security difficulty of it would be 2, but I'm going to be mean and make it 3. Actually, no, I'm going to increase the complication. I'll do it that way. So complication 2, difficulty 2. Myth can assist with this because they could reach out and grab your hand.
Yeah, androids have fast reflexes.
Ooh,
I see
I
it's
could
not
buy an extra die for a threat, but it would give him a complication to do it.
Yeah,
and it
well,
would be
Pen,
for a
this is-
single threat.
We do
This
have
is
one
prob-
momentum right now.
This is probably them hanging on until the shields kick in.
Well, no, the shields were up previously.
Yeah,
The
the shield
external
the shield bubble
probably
is external. The internal force fields that should kick in to save people hasn't turned on yet.
Right, okay, never mind me.
Good question,
Same
though.
shields,
You're right. Normally
different
it would.
places.
Yes.
How much threat does it normally cost to take get a die?
1 for the first one, 2 for the next one, and 3 for
Oh.
the last one.
So if I did that, I'd just get a free die for a complication increase with the bone net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Do I want to do that? 3 complication, but 3 dice.
That's
You
entirely
could
your
just spend
call.
the one momentum that we have.
I could.
Yeah.
Okay,
And don't
let's
forget,
just use
myth
the
myth
momentum.
helps.
The ship helps?
Myth.
Myth. Okay, myth helps. And
I mean, myth is part of the ship if you want to be technical.
yeah, true.
Hey.
Okay, so use the momentum and survival still applying here.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Wow. Okay, daring security. Yeah.
Like a champ.
All right.
What was the challenge there?
2. So yeah, you got
Oh.
3. You got 3 momentum out of that. As you grab on, and there's a moment, and you start bracing yourself, and you start like wrapping your leg around the wall to kind of get ready for the weight of a person, an android no less, to start hauling you. And the pain you'd feel in your shoulder and your arm, you kind of just you feel the jerk, but no pain. Kind of look around for a second, notice your arm. Your arm seems to be fine. Your arm's just as stiff and as the android's is right now.
Just the extra bone juice I got.
Heel bone juice.
It does look like the 2 security guards seem to be flying away though.
Oh no.
Oh.
Can Myth manage to get a hold on her own,
She could
or
attempt to.
or am I capable of grabbing someone else as well?
At a complication, an increased complication, without me spending threat. This is just, it would be, I consider it that difficult. Be difficulty 2, complication would be 2, just without threat, just because you have the problem. Although I will warn you, future attempts to move will be complicated because will be harder because you have person in each arm.
I could also try to,
Stabilize
not
yourself.
do a superhero move.
Yeah,
do
to
something
secure
normal.
yourself in the doorway that Vardar's also secured in.
Yeah.
And there's 2 security officers going past. I only have 1 extra arm.
Oh yeah, wait. Quick question: Is
Mhm.
the grav plating offline?
No.
Then I should be fine based on precedent.
Wait, what?
When Data underwent decompression, he was able to stand, like after some of the air had decompressed, like not with the initial burst. But I should be fine now, I think.
You can certainly test it.
I'm gonna test it
Give me.
because I love taking risks.
Give me daring plus con, difficulty 1.
Take
All right.
You want to take a momentum for that?
Yeah. Gonna take 1 momentum.
Oh.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Oh my god!
Yeah!
Crushed
Wait,
it.
no. That's only one because I still had my complication range set higher.
Okay, so there's only 1 0.
There's only
But,
one complication.
But do you wanna see if you can determination that? Because that's
That's
Yeah.
welcome to the void.
Yeah, I'll do
Yeah,
it.
you're going to space, buddy.
I can survive in space. I just might not be able to survive in fiery explosion. Or hitting the shield bubble. I don't know.
Find out.
Yeah, I'll spend a determination.
what value?
Relentless progress means relentless improvement. Maybe.
I'm gonna say no to that.
Okay.
You might not have anything.
I have some focuses that are fairly values I mean, that are
value.
fairly wide. Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean I can't do it.
It's been done before.
Fair, it's been done before. All right, then finally my solutions like problems are limitless.
You know what? I actually have an offer for you. I'm willing to
Okay.
give you a determination point. You can have more than one stocked.
Yeah.
I'm willing to give you one. You realize that there's light there, and you get the feeling that if you go along with it, and the guards do as well, theoretically this should work. They should be fine. but they need to be they either need to be safe at the door or in that light before this room is vacuumed.
How would you say that Myth is getting this impression?
Intuition, just Android's intuition. There's a calculation in there, and there's something in her memory that says that this is.
All right, I don't have time to completely
a
analyze
choice.
it, but it makes sense. I'll take the determination. And I let go of Varder's hand, grab onto the 2 security officers, and dive into the light.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
GM went quiet then, like, why the fuck did you take the offer?
You know, I was gonna say Varder could try to catch them, and if he misses, you could grab the ones that he misses. But you know,
No.
just take them now. Fuck.
this
The
is
light
happening.
winks out, and you hear an alert sound nearby of one of the emergency bulkheads coming down because they're sealing off the hull breach. And you can actually hear deck plating and feel it in your hands. Everything's just kind of shaking and buckling as if the structural integrity of this area is severely compromised. Oh, and you give me a fitness plus medicine because you just watched 3 people vanish out of existence.
Oh, me.
Difficulty
Yeah.
2.
Fitness. I've got great medicine. I don't think
actually-
I have a focus that applies for this.
And actually, because of a trait that you have, I'm reducing the difficulty down by 1.
Oh no. Is this because of his freaky ass ocean bullshit?
I mean, yeah. I wouldn't have quite put it like that.
Part of the
Yeah.
ocean. I don't think I have a focus that applies for that. No.
Oh, wow.
This is a great day, guys.
Going from
It
bad
hasn't
to
come through
worse.
for me.
Holy shit.
It hasn't come through
you
for
can spend-
me. How bad are we talking?
Do you want to spend 2 momentum to kill that complication?
You know, I can just spend my metal Legion of Honor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have things, don't we?
So it says 2 bonus momentum on a successful task or ignore a single complication suffered on a task. So I'm
That's
assuming
once
the
per-
signal. Yeah, per. Fuck. Stop closing on me. Per mission.
Okay, yeah, you could lean on your metal to shake off the complication part of it.
Brand new metal that I got. Yeah. Great. I'll do that.
Now
I'm gonna get.
in the moment,
I still failed.
you do start freaking out a little bit, like internally, but you have this due to your previous service, and especially recently with your rather deadly encounter below. It's less this one incident that's putting you over. It's more that you're under a great mental strain. You're going to need treatment, but in the moment, you can continue on. You're not tunnel visioning, but this is going to haunt you for a bit. So you
I'm
basically
gonna need
have
some
a
more
mental
counseling.
injury.
Okay. Let me just add 1 more injury to my list. Holy hell.
So yeah, you have put that aside for the moment. You'll deal with that particular brain fire later. You are in a room that's exposed to space and is going to run out of air eventually because it doesn't look like the force field's kicking in. So the ship automatically is putting down bulkheads to seal off the area, which will trap you in here with the vacuum.
Shit. Shit. Okay, so I need to get out of here.
I mean, I'd advise it.
Yeah. Let me go.
Just got a GTFO.
Uh-huh. It's time to be a speedy boy.
So how are you going to do that?
Alright, so I'm guessing there's still a vacuum thing trying to suck me out kind of thing, right?
Yes.
And the closest area would be, I guess, going against the vacuum's the only way I can go, so Sorry, a cat just said, "You can being a pain." Perfect timing. I'm not sure if I'm remembering this correctly or remembering a different ship, but more or less is going up, reaching up for another bulkhead, pulling yourself up, and then keep going like that.
Okay. I'll let you try to create an advantage of insight plus engineering, difficulty 2, to kind of look for a stable point that you can hold and drag yourself along that won't just pull away the minute the deck goes off.
That's a 10 in total. Would survival come into that? Because it is a matter of I don't find this, I could die. Great. And this is a mental task, yes?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so I get a complication for that. I entirely forgot about before because of the bone net not entirely being in properly.
That's true, yeah. You're kind of distracted with that itchy feeling at bone level.
Itchy bones, yep. Okay.
Forgot about that.
Yo.
Wow.
You look around, you're not seeing anything that looks all that stable. You really don't want to grab any of that.
Well, I can't just jump.
What do you mean? Of course you can.
It sounds like a terrible idea.
What? Like bringing the crystal-infused disrupt torpedo open onto a ship.
This episode is a train wreck.
I don't have mag boots because the last thing I was in was an exosuit, but I don't think I'm in that anymore.
For 2 momentum, you could have accidentally left your boots on.
Love it.
Yeah, why not? Add the boots.
Yeah, sure.
These Starfleet mag boots look pretty much like regulation boots. It's fine. No one will notice.
We were in a hurry.
I'm imagining it's more of a, where's my boots? Where are my boots? Oh, forget it. I'll change later.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, let's do that.
2 momentum down. It takes you a moment and you kind of look at your own feet. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I just have to walk out of here then.
You're going to need to give me a fitness security. Because you have mag boots on, the difficulty is only 2.
Fitness, security. Okay, survival focus, yeah.
Yeah.
And then let's give you a... well, you don't get a threat anyway. But I get a bonus die for a complication range. And I got enough momentum to squish that.
Yeah, squish it.
What is with you guys?
Everything is
Last session,
under
they were
control.
crushing every roll. This
Yo,
is
that was a 1, a 2, and a 20. Like...
It's probability catching up with you. That's not how probability works, but hey.
So... it worked out.
Yeah.
And you manage to... You very, clunk. It's almost like walking through snow above your... at waist height. You kind of have to lift your leg up, put it down, lift it up, put it down. And you're doing that as quickly as you can. The door slowly closing. You kind of push yourself harder. And you keep pushing, and you can feel, and actually because you're trying so hard, you can feel your you almost feel like it's not your muscles are doing a lot of the work, but it almost feels like the netting is contracting and expanding to force you faster, and it makes your muscles are sore because they're being pushed way harder than they're used to.
Yeah,
but thankfully you don't hurt yourself
to
as you manage to hustle your way, kind of have to duck down a little bit past the bulkhead, and it comes all the way down and shuts. And you get your first breath of a full breath of air because you've been sucking on thin atmosphere for the last however long that was going on for. You kind of lost track of time.
Okay. Let's try not to vomit. Deep breathing. Yeah, no, we actually evacuated the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just you there.
So it's just the 4 people, yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, just as you notice a team of 3 people running around a corner in teal, and one of them, each of them holding medical kits as they're running at your location.
I mean, wave them down. Assuming they hadn't already seen me, but,
You wave at them. They run up to the door as if they don't see you, and they kind of look at it, start scanning, and one of them starts tapping at a console to inform the bridge that they can't get into the cargo area. It seems to be exposed to space. There's no one else here.
Oh,
tap
damn it.
shoulder. I'm
Your
gonna
hand just
try and
goes,
tap
whoop.
motherfucker. Okay, I'll go tap the fucking bulkhead. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, you feel it. It's there.
Okay, so I can feel the ship. It's not. Just to the standard. So you definitely can't hear me, right?
All right, Jameson, we need you to go to section. We'll go to the next deck. This whole deck's been evacuated. We'll meet up with damage team Gamma on that lower deck, and we'll see if there's anything they can do about this. He wasn't there. Yes, let's just move on. Let's not think about it too much and just focus, all right? Sir. And they start running off.
Shit. Yeah.
Carter needs a whiteboard stat.
I should if I can try to get up to the bridge, I can interact with things. So I'm able to type a message on something. That's my current thought. So let's try.
Insight plus science, difficulty 1.
Insight, science. Great. I'm good at these. Mental task.
Yeah. I'll just take the threat.
Again?
That was 2 20s. Holy shit. That's 3 20s in a row.
Yeah, you head up to the bridge.
Wrong system.
This is bullshit.
This is amazing.
Everything's
I'm
fine.
dying.
I think we're like in a new running for like.
No. When I get to the bridge, did I manage the turbo lift worked when I pressed the buttons, or?
Oh, we'll get to you in a moment.
Okay.
As we cut.
Oh no!
As the runabout starts impulsing full away, Efrix, you notice on the sensors there's something behind you in the debris.
Oh no.
Oh no!
It seems to be 2 life forms and something with an energy signature.
Ha!
Oh shit.
Yes.
Captain. There's
Yes?
something alive out there. Can I get a
What?
better scan of that?
Reason plus science or medicine, either way.
Does emergency medicine.
I'd give it to you, yeah.
Okay.
You gain 4 momentum.
Fine. You can roll good today. Fuck. Everyone else has got your rolls.
How much
This is
momentum was
payback
that?
for the last 3 weeks where I haven't been able to roll above an 8 in D&D.
I was going to say, this is someone like you, Efrix.
Hey,
Rolling well. What
medicine
is
rolls
this?
are usually okay. It's when I have to roll anything else.
No,
Sorry,
I
what
know.
was the
It's why
amount
I'm
of,
saying,
momentum?
like,
Okay, so what do 2, 3, 2, right?
What was the
Uh,
do the check?
Oh, 0.
Oh,
Oh,
so 4
4.
momentum.
4
Yeah,
momentum.
and also the ship helps with sensors plus, well, it doesn't matter, medicine or science.
I'm scared to roll it.
Yeah. Basically, okay.
The problem is,
That's
do
5.
we don't have a way of bringing anybody on board.
Yeah, you do. You have transporters.
Yes, we do. We have transporters.
Oh, do we? Okay.
Yes.
It can only transport one person at a time.
Can it?
I
So
think.
yeah,
two?
the,
Might be 2.
Pretty sure
I
it's
don't
2.
As you're being scanned, we cut over to Myth and 2 security guards who are being held as you're drifting among the debris of the explosion, and you can see a runabout off in the distance as you're floating in the vacuum of space.
Has any time passed from my perspective?
No, you jumped in and here you are.
All right.
And actually, as you look around, you can see Varder's body kind of floating there among the debris.
Damn.
Oh, okay. This is new.
accurate.
All right.
And actually, it appears that the 2 guards and Varder are just unconscious. Like the decompression must have just knocked them all out.
Do I notice what the runabout is doing?
Impulsing away from you.
I let one of the security officers go, grab my tricorder, and begin sending out a strong tachyon pulse from it.
Give me daring plus science difficulty 2.
Want to take a momentum?
Yeah, I'm gonna spend a momentum here.
And you get a success because it's a science roll, right?
No, it's based off reason.
Oh, God.
Yeah. But Myth does have cautious science.
Yes, I do. I'm also going to employ unified field theory here as a focus.
That applies, yeah. Best focus for a science officer right there. Ooh. The luck
What?
here.
The what? Just the what? Okay.
I assume you want to cautious that 0.
Yeah, I'm gonna cautious the 0.
There you
There we
go.
go.
So you gain 2 momentum.
Yep.
So you start pinging that out. From your end, Doctor, you do detect it is a positronic-based life form with 3 life forms that are 1 Bajoran and 2 humans.
And they still seem to be alive?
Yes, but they're exposed to the vacuum of space, so they're like seconds from death.
Yeah. Captain, there's people outside in the vacuum. They're still alive.
Activate the transporter. Get them in here.
Take the android last.
Targets
Yeah.
out of range.
Captain, we
Turn
need
us
to turn
around.
around.
Okay, I'm gonna bang us a Yui.
Daring plus con difficulty 2 to get there fast enough.
Okay.
That bad things don't happen.
I am gonna spend a momentum.
All right.
You said daring con.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Your favorite roll.
Got
Hey. Ship helps.
Hey.
Engine's con.
Just see if we get our momentum back.
Survey says.
Nope.
No.
But I'm okay with that.
At least it wasn't a 20.
Like, I am satisfied with this roll.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's the thing. You get the feeling that you can get there fast if you maneuver the shuttle well enough. Been able to, you know you're gonna get there. But if you spend 2 power, you can get there and give yourself, instead of just 1 chance to roll and beam them up, it gives you 2 chances to beam them up.
Yeah. Because our power refills.
Oh yeah, it
Because
would
we're in a
refill because
different
of the new
scene.
scene. So you're back down. You go back
You're
down
at
to 5.
now.
Yeah. Cool. as you push the impulse to an emergency amount, which the runabout's actually equipped to do. So it's just a matter of remembering to dump the power in. That's more of a house rule, not a hard thing in the book, by the way.
Makes
as
sense.
you quickly impulse over, you're right on top of them. Now, unfortunately, because the captain's at the controls, he can't beam right now. He could, but he had been increased difficulty because he'd be beaming while he's flying.
Yes.
Or the doctor can attempt.
I still have I'm a doctor, not a engineer, so that I could dump into it.
Do you only have one in your engineer discipline?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do it.
So it's a control plus engineering task, difficulty of 3 because you're beaming them to a pad, but they're not on a pad for obvious reasons. So it's control engineering, costs 1 power, assisted by shuttles, sensors.
Okay. So I'm a doctor, not an engineer, so I can use medicine.
Right, and then you want to take momentum for an extra die?
Yeah, and then can I also use cautious at the same time? Is that allowed?
Yeah,
I mean, as long as you spend momentum.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll do that. I'll spend momentum.
And the ship helps.
Who was it? Sensors engineering.
Yep.
And I have, nothing that applies here.
Just so I don't forget.
Oh my god! Okay, I get to
you can
reroll, right?
one of those.
Yeah.
And the ship?
The ship rolled a 0.
Oh, it did.
Damn.
Come on, cautious, save the day.
Nope.
No, it doesn't.
Cautious
No, it
does not
doesn't.
save the day.
But
I get 2 attempts, right? But I can't. This time I have to make it with engineering.
Except, I am going to use my captain's special ability and give you a determination.
Okay, I'm gonna use that for I'm a doctor, not an engineer. God damn it!
As the captain starts yelling at you to hurry up, it's like I'm sitting right here. Just hurry up already. Like, oh, okay.
Didn't gonna use caution. Nope, nothing.
I spent 3 momentum this time.
Want me to? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because this is really your last shot at this.
There we go.
And now, of course, the shuttle helps.
Yeah,
we got
and
some. We
we got
some
3
momentum
back.
back.
Yeah, we got the 3 momentum back. Nice. That was.
Does that get all of them on board?
Yep.
Okay.
As Myth is standing there, and the guards and Varder just kind of flump.
Myth looks from side to side. Captain, Doctor, this is unanticipated.
Now the question, does his unconscious body actually have those boots on?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just checking.
Chief Varder should not be here.
Thanks.
Thanks.
We went out the window.
Doctor, take a look at them.
Yes.
Hi, Vardar's brain dead, I think.
So I'm gonna start assessing.
Myth just steps off the pad.
What are you checking? And whom? What are you checking for? I should say. And who?
Oh gosh. It's been so long. I guess I'm checking for signs of complications due to being exposed to the vacuum.
Give me reason medicine difficulty. I'll say 1.
I have a thing about triage.
I was gonna say, and you can spend 2 momentum with your triage to get everyone.
Yeah. So if everybody's cool with that, I'll do that.
Yeah, and I mean, you might generate take a momentum, so you can reroll with cautious.
Okay. Emergency medicine.
Yeah.
Pray for me, y'all. Yeah.
2 momentum. Um,
And that's
It would-
everyone, all three of them.
those two, the 2 guards, they just need time in air. They need to lay down in a bed and get some bed rest, but some calm breathing, stay in an oxygenated environment, maybe a blanket. Pretty easy to rouse them around, to bring them around because you have all the gear to bring them. Varder seems to be in some sort of strange coma.
Well, good thing we brought along a cortical stimulator.
It's true.
Because
You
the
could
book,
snap him out of it with a cortical stimulator.
the book actually does say like that's something you can use cortical stimulators for, rousing someone from a coma.
I mean, she'd try that. She doesn't know that he's a ghost on the ship walking around.
Myth walks over to one of the side consoles and brings up the star date.
Yeah, it's roughly, it's a week from when you last were.
Captain, the 4 of us have experienced an unexplained temporal phenomena.
Yeah,
I would
that's
advise-
that's great, Myth. And you see he's taking one of the 2 officers who's on the floor and sort of slumping him over his shoulder. Hey, can you help me get these 2 guys to the living quarters? We got enough
Certainly.
beds for.
Oh boy, daring! Yay, my favorite.
Actually, one moment. So you fixed the cortical stimulator.
Mhm.
Over on the Kismet, Barter, you have an intense, worst headache of your life as you're in the turbo lift, and it literally brings you to your knees. It hurts so bad.
Ouch.
That was the actual emotion. Ouch.
You get the feeling you're being phased out of existence.
No?
So unfortunately,
ow.
it's opposed. It's
Oh.
daring medicine for the doctor and fitness medicine for Mr. Varder.
Oh, good.
You can't
Okay, so
tell
fading
this
out of
two
existence
works
sounds like a
perfectly
survival thing, right?
Yeah.
And I'd say Efrix, take a momentum.
Yep.
But it also sounds like a mental thing, so I'm guessing the complication range is there, yes?
Yes.
Emergency medicine.
Carter, do you want to take any momentum?
No, let's just free ball and see what happens.
I'm about to kill a party
What's the
member.
worst that can
You're
happen? You
mean.
can kill me.
Man,
You've
I'm
always
glad
wanted to
we
kill one
brought
of my
that cortical
characters.
stimulator with us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's all
am
your
I.
fault. It's all your fault, Cat.
Yeah, and I definitely don't have a value that helps with mental fuckery or fading out of existence.
Way to plan
Do you-
ahead.
Do you have
Yeah, I
one
know.
you can challenge?
No.
Hmm.
Does emergency medicine count?
Oh yeah, you're trying to. Actually, he's comatose. He's not dying. You're
Yeah.
doing some a little more.
Xenobiology?
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Okay.
Just because I'm a Bajoran.
Oh wait, Varder, have you spent a determination this game?
No.
Okay, never mind. I thought you had.
No.
Okay.
Were you wanting me to roll the challenge die?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, I haven't used it, and I don't have anything to use in this situation. Like, if we can stand up for others, no. My duties to my captain, no. More can always be learned.
Wait, what was
By
the second
not
one?
dying, my duty
What's
is
the
to my
second
captain.
I mean, you might view it as your duty is to, like,
Not
get
die?
to the bridge
Live.
and,
Nah.
Yeah.
like, getting to the bridge and being able to communicate with...
My duty is to report, yeah.
Yeah.
I
can
mean,
give
yeah,
you
that's
that
fair.
if that was that important to your character. It's like no, I can fade out of existence later. I'm trying to get to the bridge.
I mean, report the myth is out there, yeah. If he can save a life while dying, sure. And I can use that. What was determination used as again?
Either gives you
successes, right?
two free successes, as if you rolled an automatic one.
Okay.
One is to create an advantage, and the other is to create a complication for an opposing side.
I'll just take 2 successes. I don't want to fuck Efrix that badly.
No, Efrix is in a coma. No.
No, Efrix is in a coma.
The consciousness is swap bodies.
I'm real scared.
Yeah, so let me just.
I mean,
Yo.
Everix doesn't know.
Yo!
Oh,
Yo.
That's 4 successes, but a complication.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I've gotten so many complications so far. That was another.
yeah.
That was a 20 and a 1.
Yep.
And
Reroll.
Oh, this is close. Oh boy.
victory goes to the attacker.
And let me just. Hey, do I get that?
And
Hey, you get it back.
yeah, you get your determination back.
Which I will note, you could then use to re-roll the complication if you want to.
Or one of you can take a complication to succeed.
I already have a complication.
I would get 2
Well, I
threat in
think
that case.
what that would mean is that Varder would fail. 'Cause right now they're tied.
You know, there isn't actually a limit to how many times I can roll veteran, so I could use the determination and then use the veteran
Yeah.
again.
You
You
could.
can't.
Right. It's just it's a gamble.
Yeah.
It is. Because I could just not get the determination back.
I mean, if you want to.
I'd honestly just leave it.
Yeah, let's leave it.
Efrix, do you wish to take a complication to succeed?
Well, wouldn't the fact that Varder rolled a complication mean he failed?
No, it just means a complication happens, succeed or fail, or I just get 2 threat, succeed or fail.
Can I remove that complication, or is no one fine with that?
I'd give it to him, Efrix.
Give him what? The complication?
Yeah, the complication.
I'm real afraid if I succeed at this, I'm gonna kill him. As it is.
Okay, yeah, actually, you're right. Don't.
But
give it
I
to
wouldn't
him.
know that is the thing. I'm trying not to mitigate.
In the fiction, as it were, basically, as you're trying to do a cortical stimulator, Var's body seems to be thrashing about rather violently, and you're not sure if that's just because of some injury he must have suffered. It's really unclear because the cause of the coma, exposure to space wouldn't make a Bajoran
Yeah,
go
I
comatose.
should. Yeah, I should have done. I shouldn't have jumped to that. That was response to Captain.
Yeah,
should've done
I blame
some
the
research
captain.
first. Yeah.
But Jorans also don't have glowing, flashy blue eyes normally.
Oh, she hasn't figured that out yet.
Yeah, you haven't opened your
Yeah,
eyes.
that's
You're just
close.
thrashing around. Yeah.
And actually, I will say, as part of the tie and the hesitation of whether you're going to push the boundaries and take a complication, his eyes do seem to are open, like they shoot open, and there's a moment of, oh, he must have woke up, but he's still, he almost seems catatonic, and in his eyes you see streaks or snaps, if you will, of electricity, like lightning arcs, as he's thrashing around.
That's weird.
So you can either
In my recollection, Varder did not let go of the doorway.
what are you talking about? You grabbed the doorway. No, you're right. He as far as your recollection is concerned, yeah, he should be still attached to the door. He shouldn't be here.
Right.
So what are you saying? This isn't Varder?
Doctor, I would advise caution. This seems to be harming the entity currently appearing to be Master Chief Varder.
The entity?
Ow! Fuck off! That's my leg.
That's not in character. That's an animal attacking.
Yes, that's a kitten attacking
Well,
me.
that needs to be in character.
No, so
Wait,
so
what
Mythos,
appears to be?
It's
Mythos
both.
continue.
All right.
she says-
Then I will choose to not succeed.
All right.
Well, it's still a tie.
That's the issue. Now Varder,
Yes.
you can take a complication to succeed, or you can let it lie, and the result of the tie will occur.
I'd say just
fun.
let the result of the tie occur.
Can we get rid of the current complication first, though?
With 2 momentum, you can.
I'm fine with that.
Fine.
Is- Yeah? Okay, let's do it.
You could just
So-
roll and
So- From both ends, Varder, from your end, you get up to the bridge, and that headache is just not going away. Actually, it's just like it goes away with time. Like
robot.
it's pulsing.
That wasn't just me.
Efforts on your end, the patient's vitals doesn't seem to be getting worse. You might apply another. You could try to shock the person again to try to wake them up, or you can take off the stimulator.
I'm gonna remove the stimulator so we can do some tests before we try it again.
Very good.
Hey, Varda, the headache goes away.
Yeah.
It's like it was lifted away from you, just yanked out of your temple.
Oh, wow.
I said no legs,
so-
but you went for my hand.
Oh my god, everybody is a robot.
Yeah,
I don't
Yeah.
mean
Yeah.
that.
Can someone reset the server?
Yeah, I'm about to do that. Oh goodness, yeah, we're on red bar too. That's not good.
There we go.
We good?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds better.
Yep, we're good.
I'm
Well-
just like, oh, there we go. I'm back to normal.
Well, let's get him over to one of the beds, and Efric, you can break out the mobile medical lab equipment.
Hmm?
Well, you said that you don't want to try and wake him up again until you run more tests and the equipment.
I was agreeing with you, Captain. Sorry.
Man, again, I'm so glad we brought that.
Did we lose somebody?
Nope, I had to disconnect and reconnect. I was still red barred.
Ah,
I just finally stopped being. Captain was still kind of
Doctor,
glitchy. Myth?
according to my autobiographical memory, Chief Varder should not be here. He was not sucked out of the Kismet when I and the security officers were. However, I also cannot explain our temporal inconsistency.
Right. What happened?
Wait.
How did you get sucked out?
Wait, is Varder's consciousness in one time and his body in another?
Maybe.
Seems like.
Oh.
um,
And on that
Oh,
note,
bullshit.
approximately 1 week ago, the Kismet was in this location.
we snap
Oh,
back to
phase.
Penn on the bridge.
Is everything still going to shit?
Yep. And Varda, you see Penn running around. The bridge looks to be in utter chaos. Although Penn seems to be rolling with it.
Question: did I come out of the turbo lift alone, or were there other people in there?
That was just you.
Okay,
So
so the turbo lift goes up by itself to the bridge, and no one steps out, as far as Penn's concerned.
Ooh, Penn, you can actually roll Insight plus Security to see if you even noticed that. Difficulty 1, though.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a focus for that.
Watch your
Weird
doors
bullshit.
open? No.
You've got to focus indoors, excuse me?
Focus
Ooh.
indoors.
What? They're an okay band.
I can hope.
I was gonna say focus indoors. What is this? FTL?
I was gonna say that's what Vox Machina should have.
There you go. But yeah, Penn,
Aw.
you've heard people come and go through the turbo lifts. And every so often you do glance up to see who's going or who's coming in. Especially since some people got injured, so that you have to replace some of them. And the door opens. You kind of look up to see who it is. No one entered it. No one left it, and the door just closes again.
Right, next person out, fix the turbo lift.
Aye, sir.
Hey,
Yep. Hand never changes.
time to find a pad or some kind of console to tap a note out on.
Give me insight plus command to try to find one that isn't used right now, because you don't want to start tapping at something someone needs right now.
Yeah, no, I just had a focusing
Insight
clusterfuck.
command.
Difficulty
I mean,
one.
chain of command won't apply because I can't pull rank or anything like that. They can't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got nothing that applies to that.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Yeah,
I have an idea that's so crazy it just might work.
I considered just dropping my tricorder and seeing if it would appear, but you know.
Oh, you made the insight command.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find a pad that's just lying there, no one's really using it, and you read it real quick to make sure it's not something that someone needs in a second. It's just it's a status report. You hear people talking that they've already gotten past the damage control, the status update phase. They don't need this information right now.
Great. Check the current time exactly, and then
It's been maybe an hour.
All right. So make sure to note an hour since this time. Master Chief Petty Officer Father Adun. Events of the explosion, etc. What happened? So, almost to the room, thing explodes.
Oh, so you write up a report of what happened.
Pretty much.
Okay.
And then there's the thing of left moon boots on for reasons, managed to get out, but appear to be ethereal, phantasmal, whatever the fuck you want to describe it as. I could stick my hand in you and you wouldn't notice.
Phrasing.
Okay.
But can seemingly interact with physical objects, just not organic beings.
Okay.
I don't know, and I'll just kick it round a little bit.
Pen, give me insight plus security, difficulty 1, to notice a pad mysteriously flying across the room.
He's not kicking it hard, he's not trying to break it, he's just kind of nudging it around.
Yeah, you get 2 momentum out of it as you look over at the security station. You're asking someone about something, and then you notice the pad that's sitting on their desk just just goes flying and clatters with the ground. The ship didn't shake; it just kind of just snapped across the room.
I'll head over to pick up the pad, and I'll order some just random whoever's on the bridge to create runners throughout the ship until internals are back online.
Aye, sir. And you read a rather detailed and somewhat foul language report.
Listen, I'm ethereal right now, okay?
So I can
Also, that's normal for Varder.
I can interact with objects, but not organics.
Point in case, I'm poking Pen's shoulder right now, and he's probably not feeling it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say quietly enough so I don't alert anyone else on the bridge.
You don't want to give the bridge crew the impression that you've lost your mind. That doesn't help matters.
Precisely. So I'm just gonna say just quietly enough. If this is true, can you tap my leg?
Kick his leg.
Yeah. Oh yeah. One of them is You tap. One of them is. Oh yeah. One's obvious, but you grab at one of the legs. Your hand goes through. You grab at the other one, and you touch it. It's there.
Oh.
Do I feel it?
Yeah. You feel your leg feels that there's some sort of force pushing against it. And holding it in place.
Okay, I'll quietly again say, head down to engineering and see what's going on.
I can't say yes.
I don't care. Just like tap his leg twice.
I've just given a ghost an order.
Yeah, I guess I'll just tug on the fucking pant leg. I don't know if that works.
Yeah, you tug at it. When you consciously think tug at the leg, you kind of clothing. You tug at it.
Great. And I guess I'm going to check on engineering
Yep.
as a ghost.
And while the ghost is going to engineering,
At least I'm not going to be in the way.
I'm going to tear apart the console and get shit working.
Give me daring plus engineering, difficulty 3.
Could I make a play for considering it was my console for so long?
If you were a flight controller, I'd say yes.
See?
Yeah, because that's a flight controller talent.
Yeah.
See, it was worth a go.
It was worth a go. You can, and I'm not charging you any opportunity for a kit, because right now the assumption is that kits have been brought up to the bridge by this point to fix all the broken stuff in the room. So you're able to just grab a kit nearby that no one's using.
Okay, fair enough. Can I use my focus of...
AKA, the game master designed this with the engineer in mind, but we don't have an engineer.
Correct. Can I use my focus of helm operations because I know what the console is?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you know how it should be put together.
So what is this, difficulty 3?
Yes.
I'll give you a momentum.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll make this one fun for you. 2 momentum and a threat.
Okay.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Rolling a
gain
max,
momentum.
Rolling a 10.
Yeah, you put together the console, and you're a tiny bit rusty because you haven't been sitting in the chair for a bit, but you remember enough about helm operations, where everything's supposed to go and how it's supposed to look, and it's the Kismet, so you're not really stretching your brain on exactly how it's supposed to be laid out.
Yeah, he's probably taken this console apart before.
Yeah. Like, hey, there's the thing I fixed last time I was in here. Oh.
Wow, they like that. That's held up long enough that like they never had to replace that. Neat.
Yeah, so to get it working, I'm basically going to look at it, I'll put it back together and just boot it as hard as I can, and it works.
Yeah. You have the console.
I'm going to bring us to a full stop.
It appears that the console does work and it's sending commands. According to the console, however, it appears that the warp core is not responding to a command to slow down. And on a quick glance, it looks like you can either just shut down the core, or move the ship so you're not like hitting a star or something. Like you can plot course to some degree.
So, out of character, if I were to just like say stop the core, that wouldn't just shut off the ship, it'll just stop us from moving.
Yeah, there's auxiliary power units in ships like this. It just means you can't.
Especially the Kismet, because we have secondary reactors.
Oh yeah, you have a full-on dedicated reactor. So
Then
Yeah, that's what we decided was in the Luna pod thing that's on the back.
then
Is where all the
yeah.
secondary reactors are located.
I'm gonna.
it just means you won't be able to go to warp, and it will take time to turn it back on again, because shutting down a reaction like that is annoying, to put it mildly.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna cut the engines. Like turning the core off.
Give me control plus con difficulty 2. It would be higher, but you got the engineers to get their stuff in order. So if anything goes bad down there, they can help you.
So we did get 2 momentum out of that. I'm going to spend 1 of them.
Man, it's so weird, Penn, seeing you not spend threat.
Well, unfortunately, these days I've got collaboration con, except we don't have a fucking con officer.
Yeah, you might want to replace that.
You come out of warp as the warp bubble, without a warp field being generated, just collapses.
Well, everyone on the ship already knows the focus is to get internal sensors and systems working, so I'm just going to keep yelling at them until shit works.
Sir, recommend that we send a distress signal out. We have external comms. We might be able to get help from the starbase.
Do we know how far out we are?
Hold on, sir. About, say, 5 days out at warp 7. Well, we seem to be drifting a bit to port for some reason.
Send distress signals in bursts, not constant. Until we can guarantee we're not going to have energy issues.
Aye, sir. Varder, you step into the engineering area. There are people scrambling all over the place. Lots of damage control teams being coordinated. There are some injured that are being treated there on the spot. Some are being carried out.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, yeah.
As chief of security in engineering.
To be fair, if we had an engineer, I would have sent the engineer down.
I mean,
You do see that
control.
you do see the warp core, the warp core go dark.
Oh, that's not good.
And it doesn't seem the engineers are alarmed by this. They're talking among themselves like that they were expecting that to happen, and they're making sure it's turning out safely, as opposed to just melting down.
Oh, okay. As long as it's under control. Yep. Yeah. There's nothing I could. I mean, what am I gonna do? Write them a note and have them freak out about a visible security guy as well? I guess I'll observe and then leave and go back to the bridge.
I'll give me insight plus engineering, difficulty 2, to get a feel for how engineering's doing.
Insight, engineering.
It would be easier, but you can't talk to anybody.
Yeah. That'd be a mental task again. And
I'm worried because the game master hasn't spent any
it's not to detect danger or anything like that, is it?
Yeah, it is actually.
Great. Constantly watching. When you attempt a task to detect danger, reduce the difficulty by 1.
Fair enough.
At the same time, no focuses apply, so yeah.
That'll do it.
It's enough.
You kind of look around, and a lot of this is going over your. Actually, not too much that's going over your head. You have decent engineering. You wouldn't be in the engineering department, but you're getting what's going on. It does seem. You understand that the warp core was just constantly ramping up, and the shutdown was necessary to stop the ship's movement. The secondary reactor's fine. Force fields are taking time getting up. Yada yada yada. They seem to be doing the damage control routine, and despite all the injuries, it seems the bridge is somehow communicating with these people through text. The comm system's still down. Although apparently the external's up, so they can still talk out of the ship, they just can't talk in it. Or if you do, you end up talking to everybody. You can't just talk to one person. You notice almost at the edges of your vision, except it's a weird sensation. It's like you're staring straight at something, but it's faint, like it's at peripheral vision. And you see what looked to be a crystal lattice that seems to be inside the core. And you can see a faint red color.
Oh no.
Fuck.
Oh, fuck.
And no matter what that is, anything in the warp core that interacts, that's matter with the crystal, when that turns back on, is going to detonate and annihilate the core, probably the rest of the ship.
Alright, so they're sending text messages up to the bridge.
Yep, and various other stations. It makes reporting annoying, but it's an emergency procedure crews are taught.
You know, it's probably quicker than running up to the bridge and texting out a message anyway than waving something around until Pend possibly sees it. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, I think that would be faster, yeah.
Yeah. So let's try to send something up for Pend.
Give me presence plus security difficulty 1 to kind of explain actually no. You can just communicate with who are you calling actually. That changes if there's a role or not.
I mean,
wouldn't Penn still have
everyone
that data
assumes that he's dead,
Well, except for Pend, right?
except for Pend, who didn't see fit to alert the crew that Barter is in fact alive.
Oh dear.
So, having Barter try to communicate to anyone except for Pend is going to have them be like, someone's trying to impersonate the chief. Why would he be in engineering? So I guess I've got to try and contact Pend.
Now, unfortunately, you didn't take note of what pad model you gave him, so you're gonna have to remember, what did you give him again? What did it say on the back of it? Inside engineering difficulty of 1. To kind of remember what it was.
Complication range up. I don't know how I'm passing these.
Gain more momentum. As you start you find a console, you think about it. Oh, you remember looking at the back of it before you kicked it, and you send it to that particular pad. But before we go with that, we cut back to Efrix and company with the trio of injured in the living quarters, and Myth, Efrix, and the captain in the runabout.
So I guess we're all going to be sort of in the same little cramped living quarters. Efrix has her mobile medical lab set up, looking over Varder. Well, Doctor, what do you think?
Is there a role I could make that would help me determine
The hell is going on?
the nature of this coma?
Sure. Reason medicine difficulty of 3.
Okay.
Spend
cool
momentum.
Caution. Yeah. Xenobiology, emergency medicine.
Could Myth assist?
He could, yeah. Since you have a lab, there's enough space for people to look at it and examine.
Yeah.
So what is Myth gonna roll?
Reason medicine's the same problem.
Ha.
Okay.
That's 2 more.
What was the difficulty?
3.
3.
Okay, so
So we generate 2 momentum.
So we're technically up to 4 now.
No. No. I think. Oh, because it was difficulty 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
generated
1.
2 momentum.
2 because Myth gets a free reason.
But I used 1.
Myth gets a free success because Myth.
Yeah.
Oh, it already took 1 away, so we gained 2.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were already on 1.
People are on top of that. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
People.
I mean, I can refer to you as something else if you'd like.
Oh no.
Dog.
Uh-oh.
Technically, I'm
there.
handling momentum. So people are not handling momentum if Myth is handling momentum.
No,
I
we've
mean,
left it
is
up to
Myth
the
not
Fem
people?
droid.
Look, there's a whole episode on whether or not androids are people too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I had our new doctor watch that episode because she's just getting into Trek now. and she's just like really getting into Trek now, and she wanted to know a list of like best episodes to watch, and like first one was Measure of a Man.
Mm-hmm. That's a really
Like,
good one.
Very good one.
That is what Trek is about.
Oh gosh.
So now we
I
just
got a
wait.
thing. Hang on.
Yeah, I was gonna say waiting for the
Yep.
GM to.
Well, that's
My
new.
mechanical bones.
Interesting.
Captain.
Yes.
Chief Barter seems to be in the middle of a psionic out-of-body coma. This is his body, but his psychic sentience isn't here.
His neural patterns, so to speak, however abstracted more, given a form that is not typically associated with carbon-based life forms.
I see.
He's astral projecting.
Yo, did I just become a prophet?
Oh boy. Well, that complicates matters, but I think I might have an idea. The two of you can tell me if I'm completely off base on the medical, and he looks to Efrix, and the engineering, and he looks to Myth, basis for what I'm about to propose. And he walks over to the desk with all the lab equipment, and he picks up the cortical stimulator that Efrix had used. Now that we know what's going on with Varder, Myth, do you think you can adjust this cortical stimulator so that we can talk to him? Patch it into, I don't know, one of our comm badges?
Myth kind of cocks her head to the side for a second.
Well,
And spends momentum.
Yes, spends momentum.
Wait, does it have to be... Is this like a free question that a science officer would get?
You would have to be the main roller for.
Okay.
For that. Nice try, though.
Just wanted to check. All
So,
right,
yeah, I'll spend that momentum.
Spend the momentum.
did I have do I have access to Barter's medical records prior to him joining?
Yeah, it'd be in the Starfleet database.
I imagine
Okay.
his Bajoran records would have been sent over when.
Yeah, I want to see if there's any recorded data of him being psionic of this, especially of this magnitude.
Uh-huh.
Does he strike you as a
Oh.
psychic?
God.
And looking up his record, no cost there because it's something. It'd be something that'd be in the computer. That you're
that's for the captain's idea. Okay.
Yeah. It would have. Varder had a rating. Never really showed sonic potential before. Had a middling psi rating, as a lot of Bajorans do. They tend to be a little more empathetic and sensitive to that sort of thing.
Yeah, because of profits.
Yeah, but although it does show in the record that when Varder reported in to actually in the Kismet zone log, it appears that Varder was diagnosed by the EMH as having they did a psi test on board and discovered that he was psionic.
Okay.
And that was confirmed yet again through Starbase Medical.
Okay.
And
So it's recent. I just wasn't around for that.
Yeah.
So there is record of him showing this kind of. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't suddenly off the charts.
Yeah.
All right. So apparently you guys knew that he was psionic already, but he's makes sense.
I mean, the captain might not have even been aware of the last one.
Captain.
Yes, needless to say, Varder has recently encountered a number of psychic phenomenon relating to the Calcit crystals, and he lets out a sigh. Irene Adler.
About your idea, Captain. It's possible we could reconfigure the equipment to work, but it'll be very difficult and possibly dangerous.
Okay, what are we talking here?
We're talking daring medical difficulty 4, complication 3.
Captain,
We have
that could
momentum,
potentially
though,
be
right?
mitigated if we could resolve some of the temporal isolation that I theorize we are currently under.
Indeed, do you have any ideas on how to test that?
Negative.
In that case, I'd suggest, Myth, you start working on the temporal problem to try to stabilize Varder enough for for Efrix to use the cortical stimulator to attempt communication.
You experienced a breach in the... and you were blown out,
Affirmative.
correct?
The Kismet had taken on a modified Klingon torpedo that had been encased in Calcet crystals. The chief and I had been
Two of
sent.
my favorite things.
The chief and I had been sent to the cargo hold to investigate and hopefully establish contact with the Calcet. However, when we opened the doors, there was a bright light, hull breach, and the ship began to quake.
And
we're
that's where
still... if I do another, now that we have a temporal distortion, if I did another sweep of the area, would I pick up warp signature?
I can attempt to isolate the Kismet's warp or impulse trail.
Well, but by the sound... Uh-oh. Myth to ops.
Going to ops, Captain. Runabout Willitusk.
Sorry, what?
It's answering.
Yeah, I'm answering. This is the runabout Willitusk. I'm stuck.
Distress signal. U.S.S. Kismet. Current status. You're basically getting that ping that Penn sent in subspace. It's one of the automated bursts that are firing off.
It appears to be an automated distress beacon from the Kismet, Captain.
I see. Do we have a location?
Do we have a location?
You'd have to narrow it down with a roll
All
of control engineering difficulty of 3.
Myth, we have an emergency beacon with us. See if you could tie that into the shuttlecraft systems.
Complication of 2.
For the regular roll or for doing that?
Or for narrowing it down. As for attaching the beacon, that makes you easier to hear.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily
It doesn't have sensors, it just has communications.
Yeah. It's a broadcaster, not a receiver.
Yep.
Spending a momentum?
Is this assisted by the shuttle?
It is, yes. Via
Sensor science?
communications engineering.
Oops, that's the wrong button.
Oops.
Alright, there we go. That's a success. Acquiring location, Captain.
Hmm?
Based off the signal, I can acquire Approximately.
All right, well, that's better than nothing. I gave you to your I gave you to your tasks. See what you can do about isolating the temporal anomaly so that we can communicate with Varder here. I'll take care of bringing the shuttle to where she needs to go.
Yes, sir.
And the captain will take up the con. Oh, actually, I just realized. What about those other two?
They're stable, right?
Yeah, they just need bed rest and breathing
Yeah.
air for a while.
Can I
Okay.
set them up with like the perfect amount of oxygen that
Yeah.
I take that to mean that if we really have to, we could pull a crew support.
Basically, yeah. Because it's right now you can kind of just leave them be and they'll be okay. You've done some in the cuts between. You've kind of done some rudimentary. Let's just make sure they don't get any complications. But
they don't go into
that's
shock or anything like that.
and that's routine for a Starship Doctor. It's like, yeah, you sucked vacuum. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, but we got this guy in a coma over here, so we're gonna focus on him. You cool? You
Um,
cool?
But
He
if
was
you
in
need-
the vacuum and in a coma.
But if you do need to wake either of them up, you can use use a stimulant to rouse them.
As it stands, we don't need to do that, but might be worth keeping in mind.
Great. All right, so I'm going to begin to scan myself and the other three for signs of temporal distortion.
Reason science difficulty 1.
All right. Generate one.
Yep, generate momentum.
+1 because reason.
Oh,
It was
that's what we
difficulty
mean. You do detect that you are temporarily out of sync. Yeah.
We are.
Well, he scanned the 3 of them, so they are out of sync with where they are when they are currently.
Right.
They're younger than the universe. They're out of sync with the rest of the universe.
Right.
Although it does seem that Varder seems more out of.
In what way?
Like his body is partially here, and his neurons, his brain activity is still back in that time.
All right. I'd like to start working on a theoretical way to stabilize the connection between his neural activity and his physical activity without endangering that.
You
Like
need
the
a
science side of it.
You could attempt. You figure out that the difficulty of it would be a daring science or medicine, perhaps. Engineering you
Right.
can't do because you don't have enough gear for it to build something. But daring science difficulty of like 4 or 3 to stabilize it.
Well, and as I said, the good news is you do have a cortical stimulator. And if you fuss with that, you might be able to
Solve this
lower
problem.
that difficulty.
Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'd like to spend a determination for 2 successes on that, and then spend the 2 momentum we have for a 3rd die and roll that.
Okay.
Daring science. Rolling 3.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to stabilize the connection between Varder's brain and his body, essentially.
Is that something I could help with?
You could, yeah. And you can use daring medicine if you.
Okay, it's not great, but I can help. Try. Xenobiology?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on.
My daring's not good, but my medicine is fine. See, I remember that I was going to fix my daring, but then I didn't play for like
A month.
2 months.
That's what happens now.
I was gonna move something. I'm not 100% sure what, but I was gonna move something.
Can I use a focus
Into daring.
of either unified field theory or xenotechnology here?
Xenotechnology, because anything that has xeno on it can also be applied toward non-xeno things. So regular biology, regular technology.
Okay.
To a degree.
All right, so yes for that, and then I'm going to use my star cross to double my focus range
Okay.
Damn.
to 10 because I want to do that.
I bet you're glad I gave you that.
Madman.
All right, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 successes.
I think you get it. Now here's the $1 million question. You can bring him into phase with one or the other. Either he's here or he's then.
Ooh, that's...
As I said, I think it would actually be a better idea to keep him then, because
I think so too.
If we set up if we can communicate with him, we have a line to whatever's going on back then.
Yeah, let's put him then.
Do you want to give me 2 of that overflow momentum?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you some information that occurs to both the doctor and the
Okay.
the android, who kind of go, wait, if we do that, theoretically, what would happen? Well,
Yeah, that's a concern.
his body would phase back then. He wouldn't be
But
here
here.
anymore. No. If you sync him out, he syncs back to where his brain is. So he shifts. It's weird time science, but through temporal mechanics, he would go back then. His body would go to where his brain is.
Just put a note in his pocket.
Would we have memory of him being?
Oh
now?
yeah, like he would, because he's causality means that you're already aware of his existence here, so it's already happened, quote unquote.
Okay, so wait. First of all, let me check how much bonus momentum we have, which is difficulty was 3.
That's true.
So we have 7. We gave 2, so that's 5 that we're at right now.
What if we?
So
if we send him back then, we could.
What I'd like to do is establish a
kind
temporal
of
trace on him,
communication
essentially.
with him.
Yeah, would it if we like put something on his person, would it go back with him?
Those are all questions I'll answer for momentum.
Okay, yeah. We got a ton.
Yeah.
Well, there's also the question of if we wanted to do something with that momentum.
That is true, and if you want an advantage to exist without rolling for it, you need at least 2 momentum for that to happen.
Right.
So keep that in mind when you ask your question.
As the primary roller on this, I would like to use my science ability to get my first free question.
Fair enough.
Which is, can I trace him if we essentially put him back in the time stream?
You need something to scan for over long distance.
All right.
So, yeah.
The emergency beacon.
Put him in the emergency beacon. Wait, no, I think the emergency beacon is like the size of 2 people.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, it's like an emergency beacon is. Oh wait, yeah, I remember what that's like that one from the DS9.
Beacon.
B, you could like latch one to him, and then you be able to see where he is because it's meant to broadcast with across sectors for light years anyway.
Perhaps something a little more subtle though. In case the Kismet is in trouble.
I'll give you for free that if you have something smaller, it wouldn't. The problem would be that it doesn't have enough power to broadcast to you.
But if we can send him with something that can be traced, then we can send him with something.
I mean, I think an emergency
message.
beacon is exactly the ticket.
We could
So let's
send
spend
him
momentum
with
to see
a
if sending him with
message.
the emergency beacon is possible.
You could send him with the beacon. Oh yeah, because you'd sync up the as long as you synced up the device at the same time as him.
Right.
As long as it's in contact, they should phase together. I mean, you're basically gonna have to wrap his wrists with some sort of cord or whatever to wrap him around so he's in contact with it. Because you wouldn't want to lay it on top of him because it would start crushing him.
Right.
He phases back and dies.
And the one last thing I think we should do is we should write on the casing of the emergency beacon, "You are temporarily out of phase, Captain."
Or you
Brennan."
were temporarily out of phase.
Yeah.
So you won't be anymore.
Or if we just... He's psionic and he's experiencing something weird anyway. If we send him back with a message, something smaller than something that might potentially hurt someone when he phases back into existence, like a message of some kind, he's liable to believe it.
Agreed. Probability of the beacon damaging 30%. Roughly.
Because who knows where his neural presence is right now.
Precisely.
It could be in a closet, and it could crush him anyway. I don't know why he'd be in the closet, but he could be.
Vara, come out of the closet.
Well, I say we set up the emergency beacon and leave the message for him.
Oh, and for clarity, and I'm going to spend some threat to enforce, but for clarity, emergency transponder can be something as small as it's in your hand. It's the, oh no, help me, I'm in distress. You can't really beam anyone with it, but it's a subspace ping, and it just pings over and over until someone sees it and looks and can track it down. However, I spent 2 threat to make sure that you didn't just bring a tiny one that's meant to find a person. You brought along a big beacon, the kind that you use on a planet that has a lot of interference, or the kind that the shuttle might have for broadcasting, not to all the way back to Starbase. So,
so we can't send it with him.
You can, but it's the problem.
It's
nothing's
big.
changed. I just mechanically charge myself the correct amount.
We'd essentially be sending like 2 motorcycles with him. And with all the risks of suddenly having 2 motorcycles strapped to your body in a space that you were not anticipating would have 2 motorcycles in it.
Yes.
So I think there's a lot that could go wrong.
Yes.
I think that 30% was a low ball there.
That's what I was trying to get at. But you're the captain.
He's the one that's going to face the court martial. So
that's true. There's...
So you strapped an emergency beacon onto your chief security.
Is there
Phased
something
him to
that
another time.
Is there is there something medically I could, like, non-harmful that I could inject him with that would be able to let us
I think we
track
could just
him?
put, I think more simply, we could just put a data pad in sync with him. If we could put a beacon in sync with him.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah,
but...
just give him a data pad, basically write down myth, put in everything that you found out.
Understood.
I'm sure we have a data pad that we could erase stuff out of to make work.
Yeah, pads cost no opportunity. You go to a drawer and you find one. They're a dime a dozen.
It's one of the captain's crappy romantic novels.
Shut up. So, yeah. In that case, Myth, put in everything you know.
Understood, Captain.
I went absurd logic there for a second. Everything? I broke the pad.
So did I.
It's all just in binary.
Yeah.
Well, I had to do it that way, otherwise it wouldn't have fit. Oh, well.
Still didn't fit.
Stack Overflow indeed. Give me a presence plus science difficulty of 2 to give a understandable report that a non-scientist would understand.
Did you say presence plus science?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because let me just look at Varder's science score here. 1.
Yeah.
Let me just look at
This is
Myth's
just
presence
getting
score
weirder
here.
and weirder. You get
7.
used to it.
Take a momentum
Yeah.
so that you get that sweet reroll.
Is the complication just going to be complicated words?
Yeah, probably. I
Yeah,
keep meaning
complication
to take
means
temporal
they probably have to
mechanics
decode it.
Wow.
And reroll.
Reroll 1.
I mean, that's 12. That's not the worst. That's not the worst.
Okay, so that's 2.
Yeah,
That was the difficulty.
It takes a bit of thought. And when you write it out the first time, that's everything that you need to know. And then you think about the audience you're writing to and realize you use a jargon that's going to be very confusing. So you go over real quick and start.
The chronoharmonic radiation associated with the...
It's like, whoops, I forgot who I'm writing to. The time shift, it's not accurate. It's oversimplifying to the point of absurdity, but whatever. He'll get the idea.
Uh-huh.
It's like, she's like, oh, it's to Varder, who speaks in very plain and simple terms. Shit.
I think what I do is I say, "Here, Captain." The captain looks at it and goes, "Rewrite this."
I think I had Varder ask Myth if he could shoot it at one point, and she tried to go into a long, drawn-out explanation. He's like, "Yes or no? Can I shoot it?"
All right, so I think we have our message.
Agreed. So,
Well, let's send him back.
understood, Captain.
So the roll would be a control medicine roll, and the difficulty is gonna depend because as you begin phasing him, so you start aligning his time signature. Varder, you type out a message to Penn's pad. He hasn't quite responded yet. There's a bit of lag where you have to wait for it to get to him. He'll stop whatever he's doing, look at his pad, read it, talk to you. But it's way faster than you waiting for a turbo lift, slowly making your way up, and then talking to him. And you start noticing that that all this time it was kind of imperceptible during the trauma of what you just went through. But you were kind of, if you ever see Back to the Future, you're sort of see-through.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? You were kind of see-through. And it didn't really throw you because you were just you just acclimated very quickly to it because you have a rather, as we learned earlier, you have a rather resilient mind. Or at least one that can compartmentalize. And you notice you're getting a little more solid. And some people are starting to glance in your direction as if you're just appearing out of nowhere. But as you're appearing out of nowhere, you notice that in the warp core, the crystals are also coming back.
Oh shoot!
Now you get the feeling that you could, through your connection with the universe, you could just let the ocean flow and go with it. But because you're conscious of it, you can try to resist.
Now wait. Even if those crystals return with you, they're not going to explode.
The warp core is offline.
Yeah, just need to start shouting the second I materialize. There's crystals in the core.
And you're already informing Pind of that.
Yeah. I mean, the message is probably, "Dare Pend, there's fucking crystals in the core. For the love of God, don't turn it on."
Yeah, in which Pend would be
so-
coming down to engineering immediately.
Screaming over comms.
So yeah, I'd just go with it.
If the crystals are actually here, then there's something we can do about it. Unlike if they're out of phase, which seems
Yeah,
like
that's
what they
actually a
possibly
really good
were.
point.
So yeah, not resisting that. Let's go with the flow. I'm a drop in the ocean, boys.
So in that event, it is a control medicine roll, difficulty 3.
Okay, you want me to make the
Yep.
main roll?
Myth
Okay.
has laid out the theory
Everybody
behind
cool
this.
if I take a momentum so I get caution?
Yep.
I'm not. Go ahead.
Could myth assist on the
No,
science end
yeah,
of things?
You could.
Huh?
Yeah, you can.
Suppose.
this is- So would myth be assisting with control medicine or control science?
A control medicine
Okay.
Does
or presence if that's better.
Haha.
does xenobiology
Yeah.
apply? Okay, cool. And complications just normal, right?
And we
Feel
have
bad
enough
for the
momentum.
doctor who doesn't have biology.
We have
Right?
enough momentum to kill a single complication.
So roll more than one complication is what the captain's saying.
No.
Okay, Myth, bring me the dream. Aw.
Well, that
And
does it.
then Barter
Yep.
kind of, as he sits there and you start tuning with the lab. A lot of this is made possible because you brought a mobile lab with you. Otherwise, this would be way harder.
Thanks, Cap.
That was great.
And he just disappears.
Hey.
Okay.
Here's finding
Well-
out if we killed everyone.
Well, it's out of our hands now.
In the distance, you see a bright flash.
Captain,
don't like
subspace
that laugh.
shockwave detected.
So back on the Kismet,
Yeah, back on the Kismet, Pend is running down to engineering.
you run into engineering. The doors open, and you see Varder phase into existence, and then a pad kind of collapses into the counter. And Varder, it's like a pad just was on your chest, and it just fell.
Can't try to catch it.
I'm just gonna point at Varda and shout, "I'll deal with you in a second."
Okay.
And then you see the entire warp core filled with a red crystal lattice.
Oh wait.
Then that'll be the next thing I deal with, shouting to everyone in engineering, "Shut up! Pay attention!" Does everyone shut up?
Presence plus command difficulty 2. They are kind of busy, and some of them are kind of distracted by the "oh God, what's that?"
I'll give you a threat.
Take a momentum. Oh, okay.
Well, I need threat
works
for
too.
bold.
Okay, you have bold command, that's right.
I'll reroll one of those zeros.
Hey, get a momentum.
Nice.
You get everyone's attention as you shout over the hum of confused faces.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have calcite crystals in the core. Suggestions?
You can attempt either Princess Engineering difficulty of 3, or you can give me 2 momentum, and there's an enterprising ensign who has a brilliant idea.
Give him the 2.
Yeah, because this person is a dumbass who can't come up with ideas.
Shoot the core. Clearly.
You could dump it.
I mean, that's the end. If I can't come up with anything, that's what I'm going to be doing. But for now, yeah, take 2 momentum and let's hear the bright young engineer's idea.
Sir, there is a theoretical paper I read in medical, something to do about resonance fields involving calcite crystals. Theoretically, we could resonate it and safely deconstruct it, destroying it without endangering the core. Alternatively, we could dump the core, and it doesn't seem to be actually the external system injectors, so it should be isolated just to the core.
And
Problem with
looking at
destroying them is they're alive.
looking at the core, these are red and black crystals, like which were attached to the torpedo.
As you read the pad, you get the briefing that Myth wrote up. And it's actually understandable.
Hey, look at that. Simple terms.
Are the crystals in the core red and black?
Yes. Sorry, red laced with black, I
Red
should
black.
say.
That's a good idea, but these are the more volatile suggestions. So unless you're 100% certain you can do this,
100%, sir. They did an experimental on over Venus where they worked with a red and black crystal sample, and they were able to break under the particular resonance that they use. It causes the black actually makes it easier for it to decompose rather than explode. It's almost like using it's almost like transporting something and breaking it down to its essential parts rather than exciting the particles causing an explosion. A lot of engineers look over him like, where the hell did you read that?
Did you just say a test on a living subject, basically?
On a sample, yeah.
It was like his leg. I mean, not actually his leg, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Wouldn't deconstructing them kill them?
Yeah.
That's true, Lieutenant, that they are living, and the test was done with a small sliver, a small sample. It was, if it used something this big, we're probably killing quite a few crystals, but it does mean that we don't lose the core.
and if the core goes up, we're all dead.
I'm guessing we can't just lock them out of there, can we?
That runs the risk of it detonating, sir. Master Chief. A few people kind of nudge him a bit, like, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Right, well...
I mean, theoretically we can, it's just, we have to be very careful or that's going to detonate.
And, yeah, that's terrible. I'm just going to read the pad.
Okay, engineers.
Since Penn's the captain, he can...
Flush the core, get it out the ship.
Dumping the core, sir?
Yep. And as soon as you've
Aye,
done
sir.
that, let's get internals back working.
I mean, even without the and the good news is we do have a secondary core, so even if we can't go to warp, we probably could go to impulse.
Sir, slight complication. The automated system isn't working. We're manually disconnect it and shunt it out. And more good news, it appears that there was a massive power leak in the secondary reactor. It appears that these crystals were drawing from it. So if we dump that, we're down to auxiliary power, emergency auxiliary only. Essentially, you'll drop down to your scale in power. You'll drop to half your scale in power.
Oof.
Huh.
Yep. Well, I'd still dump that core.
So, manually, does that mean exosuits outside?
Oh, no, sir. It just means wrenches and disconnecting parts of it in here and in the bay.
Okay, good. Because I've been outside enough today.
If that's the case, I want bare minimum personnel to make sure this gets done safely.
Aye, sir.
Everyone else that's not needed, out of engineering.
I guess I'm reading the pad and heading to the bridge.
Then yeah,
And
that would mean everyone else who's not ejecting a warp core is getting the ship back working again.
okay, so you empty out the. Give me. I won't make you roll for the first half of it. So the engineering room clears.
And I mean, if you need a supporting character, you can always pull in who's it? Vada.
Thought of what?
Vada, the actual chief engineer of the Kismet.
Oh yeah.
Kind of a relic in some ways.
Yeah. Vada is an old character from like the early days of the Kismet.
Our very first supporting character.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
So, the options you have penned now that you're once it gets brought down to the ejection staff, the ejection detail, which is fairly large because it's a large thing, and they're gonna have to crawl all over the place to make sure it detaches safely away. It's going to be a presence command role or engineering, either works really. Difficulty of 3. 3 to get everyone to do it, and safely. If you fail, you can succeed at cost, but something's gonna happen, and they're gonna have to choose the ship or their life.
Well,
And that's kind of an obvious choice for anyone on the ship.
I mean, I've got an idea after we eject the core, but that's a whole different thing. So, I'm going to take point with Presence Command, and could I have Lieutenant Vata helping with, say, control engineering to
Totally.
To help eject the core.
To actually get in there and start crawling around.
Yeah.
Ooh, here's something. If we go with Vada, and Vada leads it, Vada has a talent that says born near a warp core. When they suffer a complication from a task, roll a challenge die. If the result doesn't affect, the complication is ignored.
Oh, that race. I know who they are.
Yeah, Bolian. I mean, yeah, that's only if there's a complication rolled, which I'm pretty confident there won't be.
Okay.
What, you think I got them out of our system earlier?
Yeah,
The 3 20s in a row.
So what are we gonna put on Vada this time? I'm thinking warp
I
core,
think
maybe?
I honestly think we should increase our
Or what?
command. It's a 2 right now.
Yeah, I can go with that. So bring her up to command 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so her focus is we could probably get away with what, structural integrity or warp core dynamics.
GM.
Oh, that was a question. I thought you were adding something to the character.
No, I was just saying, can we use either the warp field dynamics or structural integrity for her focus?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, I'm going to give you a threat and spend 2 momentum.
Don't forget to put her task roll down to 1.
I assume this isn't assisted by the ship.
She is not.
Yeah.
So
This is
I'm
a-
rolling 4 dice.
Holy
What
shit.
the fuck?
Oh yeah, take the first one. So that's 8 successes.
To quote Crap Guide to D&D, here we have Pend rolling more dice than a Limp Bizkit song.
Varder, your assist.
I'm assist.
No, that was Vata, the engineer.
Avata. Oh.
I was
Oh,
gonna
that's
say,
what you rolled. Oh, I understand now. I was wondering where you're getting Varder to.
I was sitting here going, wait, why am I doing engineering? What?
So yeah, the core ejects with the crystals going along for the ride.
So that brings me on to the possible question that may help. So they were talking about possibly teleporting the Calca crystals out of the core, correct?
Correct.
Could we do that outside of the ship?
Yes, but the problem is if it goes up and it detonates the dilithium crystals, it's like it'd be as if being next to a ship that detonated. But you won't be automatically destroyed. It's just you'll take the damage as if you were next to somebody who.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it doesn't even really matter because you're not going to be able to get the warp core back in.
I think the best bet is to probably try to get the second.
Yeah, try to get the secondary reactors back up and running.
Because then you could at least manage, like...
Impulse.
Yeah, fair enough. Then it'll be focus on secondaries and internals then. I mean, that info would have been great on a datapad.
We didn't know there was a crystal issue.
I wouldn't have a way to tell you there was a crystal issue, so don't look at me.
Myth would have thought the crystals were destroyed by the bright light and...
To do the beaming task, it would be control engineering difficulty 5. And it costs 1 power. Assisted by ship's sensors engineering.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that for now. I think it's going to be focusing on the secondary reactors to fix the leak, and again, just try and get internal sensors and systems back online.
All right. Varder, do you do anything particular once you get to the bridge?
I mean, I'm reading that pattern. Because that's a curiosity, alright. Also, the fact I'm physical again is a curiosity. So yeah. But,
Yeah, you basically have everything that Myth has learned up to this point, because as Myth very concisely wrote up everything that she knew after jumping through.
as a brilliant idea, I want to run an internal sensor scan if that is at all possible.
Yeah, you could scan internally.
For crystals.
What are you looking for? Oh, for crystals. Yeah, give me reason plus security, difficulty of 1.
Brought down by, does the ship sensors help?
Yeah, so it would bring it down to 0, you're right.
Okay, and that's not a mental task?
It's not physical, so it's mental.
Alright.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. But go ahead and roll.
Doesn't matter because it was difficulty 0.
I still passed, but
So-
holy
so
shit.
for the
Wait,
ship?
does the ship assist then? If he failed when it's difficulty 0?
Oh, that's actually an interesting question.
You can't technically fail with difficulty 0?
Right, but the thing
didn't
is,
the sh-
but the ship has to assist.
Right. Does the ship assist if the character rolling scores at least 1 success, or if they succeed on the roll?
Yeah, because I think in order for the ship to even assist in the first place, Varder needs 1 success.
I think so. Where's the rules on assists?
Because I think that is the rule. So I don't think the ship then doesn't assist.
I can determination it with both eyes open.
I don't know if it's worth it.
I mean, you still succeeded.
Yeah, that would just be to see if you got
no,
any.
he might not.
Why
Because
not?
if it's difficulty 1, he didn't get any successes.
No, but it
It's
was
difficulty zero.
0 because it is still assisted by the ship, even if the ship isn't rolling.
I don't know.
We will find out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the core book now.
Huh. That's a wonky one.
Well, that's not good news.
We're
Huh?
trying to figure out whether the ship gets to roll because it's difficulty 0?
Difficulty 1.
So it's
Oh,
difficulty
brought
1
down
again.
to 0. Oh, that's right.
But what we're trying to decide is whether or not the ship technically gets to assist.
No, because the
Because
requirement is you have to
Barter
get you need at least 1 success for anything to assist you. The only reason he succeeds is because it's
That's what I
plain
thought.
view.
See, here's the thing. Advanced Sensor Suites doesn't say anything about succeeding on the roll. Whenever a character performs a task,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
they reduce difficulty to 0.
But
So it's still reduced to 0.
oh, it's still reduced to 0. Oh yeah, that's the thing. It was more. It still gets reduced down to 0. The ship doesn't roll to assist.
Right, that's
Okay,
what we were trying to figure out
Oh, okay,
rolling on.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out if the fact that the ship doesn't get to roll precludes the use of the advanced sensors.
We were trying to figure it out if I'd fucked up big time.
Yeah. Which, if it did, then it meant he would have failed.
Good rolls, me. I should be playing a different system, though. Holy hell, 16, 17.
I mean, it's fair.
Carter,
That's
what
the
are
way
these
you roll as
rolls
an
you've
end.
been making tonight?
I blame this new psychic power.
Scans reveal that there are throughout the biogel pack systems of the grid. There's a scattered amount of Cowcat crystal formations. Like instead of being all
great.
throughout every single line, it would stop in the biopacks and kind of collect there. That's kind of why power's being drawn and complicated, and no one really knew why that was happening.
Okay. And, I mean, intership communications only work if you want to tell everyone in the ship something, right?
Yeah.
But these things are all over the ship.
I mean, yeah, more or less.
So, technically could be excusable telling the entire ship this?
I mean, it might cause a panic.
Oh yeah, good point. Oh, well, I can't. I'll,
I mean, they're Starfleet officers. They're professional.
I mean, also, there are runners going throughout the ship, so you can just send people off with
Oh, there are, okay.
messages.
Okay. I mean, I also don't know who's in charge of the bridge right now, because I'm assuming it's not Varder.
I mean, you're the senior player character on the bridge, so yeah.
Oh.
A slight you have the ability. You have, at least on a security matter, you outrank everybody, but everyone else has departments. Like they'd end up having to check with Pend rather than if it's a non-security issue.
Yeah. And,
Unless Pend specifically said.
This is a security engineering issue. I mean, security of the ship is in danger, but engineering's the one that needs to fix it.
Yeah, you could, like, as a security officer, inform engineering what you've discovered.
Yeah, we'll do that. Have the runners go.
Give me presence plus security difficulty of 1, just to communicate the issue.
Present security difficulty 1.
Would have been higher if you told everybody.
Yeah, it's not a physical task. My complication range. Chain of command is a focus, though.
Yeah, totally. You're following the chain of commands. Like, hey, sir, just letting you know. I'm not telling
Finally.
you should fix it. I'm just suggesting that you might want to.
Finally, Varder making like an actually semi-decent roll.
You got a momentum out of that, but you're kind of at full
Football.
anyway.
Could we spend the floating and 1 momentum that Penn could have told the department heads to, if a message comes of a problem, to just deal with it and not check every single message, just deal with the problem when it's reported?
You wouldn't need to do that if it's coming from a legit source. Some of the crewmen aboard are even just kind of making on the spot calls of, we need to fix this bit of plating. We're not checking. We're just going to fix it. If you're on a ship full of civilians, yeah, you'd want to spend to make sure people did that.
Yeah, because it's getting to the stage where Penn's just putting out fires and shouting at people. Get shit done.
Yeah, and that role doesn't really give me a question to ask unless I want to ask how the crew's doing. Which, I mean, for shits and giggles we could.
By the way, how are you doing this evening?
Yeah.
Thank you for flying with the U.S.S. Kismet.
More as in how we're handling it.
Do you want to ask that question?
I mean, sure, we might as well find out how stressed the crew is on this.
The crew's kind of in the same spot everyone's kind of shaken up by what's happened, but they have a job to do and they have something to focus on. So they're not going to be very good later, but for now they're going to focus on the job, if nothing else, as a coping mechanism.
Yeah, everyone's
Fair
going to
enough.
need a nice long nap after this.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Especially the poor bastards running throughout the ship.
And, oh shit, we have prisoners in the brig. I entirely forgot we had prisoners in the brig.
Yeah, security,
yeah.
Just now.
security would still be there with them.
Yeah, I would fucking hope so.
May want to
Yeah.
check in though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick scan to see if prisoners are indeed still in the brig.
You can spend more momentum to get some extra information, because you were already kind of scanning for Kalka crystals. You could
Mhm.
pick up that as part of your scan.
So I just spend a momentum to get that as part of the scan if the brig was still occupied by the 13 prisoners plus however many security would be there.
No, they're all gone.
God, motherfucker.
Okay, security alert, or whichever one is for the border. Which one's for intruders? Which color is that?
It's a red alert type, but you would inform normally of the type of it is.
So red alert,
be
intruder
intruder.
alert?
Yeah, it's a security alert.
Red alert, security alert, okay.
Basically, what you can do, and I won't make you roll. What you would do in the event that you couldn't verbally tell people, you would have it blink on screens, intruder alert, to let everyone know that the red alert has changed or
Mhm.
has been modified.
And we've got runners and we've got the texting messages things. I'm assuming the security center is at least somewhat functional, hopefully. So I could send a message to the security center as well to have security teams start sweeping shit.
Give me a presence plus security, and it's going to be opposed because there are certain people aboard who don't want to be here right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Does the ship help?
No, because the comms are down. Oh no, I still give it to you. Communications plus security.
Okay. I
Yes.
probably want to take a momentum for this.
Spending a threat for a die.
Go for it.
I definitely want a momentum for this if that's happening.
You can spend as much as you like.
Because I'm trying to communicate orders, chain of command.
I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Present security. You know what? Fuck it. I'm determined to catch these fuckers. I'm wondering. Do I have a value that could apply to that? I don't think I do. Not for communicating orders.
Oh.
Because it's not standing up for others unless others
both
count as
eyes
the
are-
crew.
Well, both eyes open. You're trying to track down some. You're trying to organize a manhunt for these escaped prisoners.
That is true. Would that be applicable, GM?
Yes, I'd give it to you.
Okay, so use determination, both eyes open for 2 successes, roll 3 dice.
Yeah, you're gonna have to spend another momentum for that, because
Will I? Okay.
yeah, because it's 2 momentum if you used your determination.
Okay.
There you go.
So, And then I'll roll this. No, I don't get it back. Oh well, that'd have been great if I got it back.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They only got 3. You get 3 momentum.
Nice.
There we go.
Security team is active, and they did have someone try to. They did have some of the prisoners try to infiltrate the security room, but they were able to repel them. So the intruders do not have any of the weapons, nor have they neutralized central security. They're still, the rest of them are still at large because there's just such a large number of them.
Yeah, there was 13, which is a decent number, but
And they also report that it seems that the persons had red crystal formations on them.
on them?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Although they're not actually, and actually one of them corrects the other in text and says, correction, not red crystals, black crystals. All black. And they show a picture, and then you see a picture attached of one that's out of someone's shoulder.
Okay.
Wait, fuck, that means
Wait,
psionic.
does that make them volatile when shot?
They
All of
type
the
back.
crystals
They didn't.
are.
They didn't blow up when we shot them.
Okay, fair enough. Good to know.
I think black is the one that's psionic.
That's
Yeah,
just
we hadn't
lockdown.
discovered those the last time I played.
Definitely lockdown armories. You know, and then go from there. Lockdown armories and key systems. I mean, that's standard stuff for a security alert, I'm assuming. So I don't.
As part of an
actually tell them
intruder
that.
alert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the shuttle bays.
It's pretty much just going to be secure everything, and then I'm assuming things are going to be sweeping as after everything's secured. And I guess Varder, as chief of security, is going to go find a team and join them for sweeping.
You can attempt a control plus security roll since you're looking around, and the difficult. It's opposed. In essence, they basically have one less success because you have a team with you.
Okay.
Guerrilla warfare, would that work?
Or lead by example, both could work, I. But
lead by example would apply because you're personally going there to with the team to look for people.
But guerrilla warfare could also apply in terms of counter them.
Yeah.
Either way, there's a focus, right?
Yeah.
And this isn't a mental task. This is actually looking, right?
Oh yeah.
Good. That complication range finally goes down.
Oh, and how many prisoners was originally? 12?
13.
13? Okay.
They
They lost 7 people when they attacked the the central area.
When you attempt a task to detect danger or hidden enemies, to reduce the difficulty by 1, as constantly watching. Would this apply?
It would not, because your difficulty is 0 to a minimum of 0. The only reason that they got harder is because your security detachment power is an advantage that can be used as a way to make someone else have a harder time.
Okay.
Your difficulty 0, their difficulty 1.
Yeah.
Let me just spend the momentum there for 1 extra die.
Yep.
Because I like finding people. It's my.
Nice.
You're able to track down the 5 individuals that are aboard. They seem to be in one of the cargo. They seem to be trying to get in shuttle bay.
Okay, and is that 4 momentum from that?
Yes, because you beat them by that much.
Which would then be 3 floating.
So I'd spend 2 of them on an advantage to say that, like, you've locked down the shuttle bay.
I mean, yeah, let's do that. That sounds like a good one.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, me and Myth are coming to the exact same conclusion.
Exactly. Wait
Math.
a second. Math.
Myth, Make a reason science check to do basic addition.
Okay, I got an automatic success.
This is a 1 against 5. I mean, technically there's a security team there, but that's
Wait.
1 turn against 5. Should I have a security
yeah.
crew support show
Sorry, it
up?
should be 4. It should be down to 4.
Oh. Oh?
Because if they lost 7 of 13, then there's only there's
right.
5 left. I was right the first time.
No, that means
Wait, no,
6.
6.
No,
Six.
yeah.
7 plus 6 is 13.
There's even more, actually.
Oh,
Should I crew support someone in here as a security officer to help?
Yes.
Yeah.
for turn economy, you might want to.
Yeah.
Would
you
you have
might
told
honestly
Penn?
want to go with 2.
Might want to go with 2. I
Or
mean, there's
get
no way
Penn.
to alert Penn, is there?
For 2 momentum, you could have alerted him that you're on the hunt, and you think you know where they are.
Okay.
So myself
So-
and a security officer.
Alert Penn and security officer. Which one do we want? Touchabon?
We'll take she's the best for this, I think, unless Tachibon has phaser focus.
There's
Tachabon's got close combat.
There's Dreth and Tachibon.
No, they're both the
It's-
same.
It's just
And
a question of who has better stuff. I think Tachibon
the best-
actually might have better stats.
No, the best combat for close quarters is going to be Sheath Thralic, the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sheath looks pretty set for that. Tachabon's the cook.
Right.
And then again, that's do we trust him with cooking after his traits say treasonous reputation as I'm looking at his sheet.
God damn.
So yeah, I guess penned as crew support with penned with Srilak as crew support.
Also, just a note for the Doctor and Captain. At the end of last session, we went through and labeled the supporting characters by their area of focus.
Yeah.
So, Thralic is security, not tactical.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So I'll take Shathralic because I've barely done anything this whole game.
Yeah.
Sure.
Combat starts at medium range. They turn, they see you, and they just go for you.
All right. Well, I mean, Starfleet protocol, stun the fuckers.
This one's gonna move, and it's going to approach. Oops. Going for you, Varder.
That's fun.
Empress has a point.
Shut up.
The captain's good at derping.
You did do something. It was very helpful.
Look, my character's built for diplomacy. I haven't had a good diplomacy episode in 3 months.
Yeah, I like how I joined the Kismet, and then it's like, oh yeah, just as a warning, there's going to be a lot of security stuff, and I was like, ah!
I mean, let's be fair. We also forget he negotiated a headbutt with a Klingon, then headbutt with a
He
ship
did
to
do that.
a piece of another ship.
I'm just
He's
waiting
just
for
in a
an
headbutting
opportunity.
mood.
I'm just waiting
Opposed,
for an
daring, plus
opportunity
okay,
to
let me,
sweet diplomatics.
Daring, security, I do not have close combat, I do have athletics.
And I will note, since you did mention that you brought your security detachment with you, they have essentially one extra. Their difficulty is 1 instead of 0 to oppose, because you have the assumption is there's other security guys trying to help you and keep them from
Yeah.
getting to you.
Alright, and I don't have a focus to apply.
Take a momentum.
No. Yeah, I'll take a momentum for that.
No.
That was, I was thinking out loud, guerrilla warfare wouldn't apply for me being attacked by someone unarmed.
Oh, does the GM not have any more threat?
Oh, I'm fine.
And I have hand phasers, so yeah, let me,
Hey, with
Daring,
what,
security,
Game.
3 dice.
with what you guys have rolled, I might get it back.
That's true.
How unfortunate.
Okay, so that's
Uh,
2 momentum
Don't
back.
poke the DM.
So you get 2 momentum, and now you can either choose to damage the person with your unarmed, or you can choose to just shove them back to medium range. Because right now he's close with you and trading shots with you.
Yeah, let's push him back.
Okay, so he takes no damage, but he's pushed back into medium range.
Get back with your friends.
It is now the ship turn. Yeah, your guy's turn, I should say.
Do
Player
you
turn.
want Varder to go and then quick to action?
Yeah,
The next
do.
I
person?
think that makes sense.
Yeah. Alright, so Varder, phaser. Yes. Would it be reasonable to say, given we're searching for people on the ship, that he would have had his phaser drawn already?
Say again.
Would it be reasonable to say, since we were actively hunting people on the ship, that he'd already have his phaser drawn?
I'm willing to concede that. Yeah.
Alright. So, aim. And, fire with the Type 2. And aiming, I forget exactly what it did again.
If you minor aim, you get to reroll one of one.
Okay. And what was it? I needed 2 to hit, right?
You have a detachment help.
Oh, right, I need 1 to hit. What are we at momentum at? What the English words?
5, I believe.
Alright.
Yeah.
I could spend 1 to shoot them, and anything extra goes back into that. So,
You should probably
Anyone?
declare spread.
don't know if the phase Type 2 has that.
It does.
It does.
Oh, I only have charge written in qualities, and you're the one who filled out the sheet.
Charge lets you either has different things it can give it. So it gives it area. Actually, it's area, not spread. Area, or intense and vicious.
Okay,
So
so
you
what
have
do I
to minor action program your phaser to do that on the next attack. That happens.
I already aimed, so
Yeah.
yeah. So let me just spend a momentum to get 3 dice. I've got hand phaser focus. Good job, me.
At least you hit them.
Yeah, I do still hit them.
And
Oh,
the part
wait,
of that,
you said-
and I can spend 2
you said
momentum
you
to kill
aimed.
that to squash the complication.
Yeah.
Didn't you say you aimed?
Yeah, I did aim.
Oh, you can reroll.
Oh, yeah, I
You
can
can
reroll.
reroll that.
And I reroll 1, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Nice.
So
Get
we
a
get a
momentum.
momentum.
Wait, I
Um,
thought shooting your phaser is a difficulty 2 check.
It is.
He has a
Security
security
team.
attachment with him.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Chief of security. So we're back up to 5 momentum. There we go.
This is why you don't attack a chief of security on their ship. It's like, he has his
Yeah.
buddies with them.
So I don't. Yeah, there we go. And then the button is here.
Yeah,
nice.
don't attack the chief of security on his own ship unless you want to get flexed on.
Like that guy? That's the same guy that charged him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You shove him back, you hold your phase out, you zap him, and he just collapses to the ground.
Okay, and then which one's
Unless-
better, she or penned?
I think
I
penned because
Oh, he's got the
she
fuck off
is not
gun, doesn't
complete right now. And
Okay,
I'm fixing that.
it's quick to action, penned.
Okay, I'm going to charge for what's it, area to get them all.
Yeah, it's area. Basically, when you roll, it's a amount of focus. So if you hit them, you hit the guy you're aiming for, and
Plus,
for each
yeah.
effect you get, that's 1 extra person that's within close range of the initial hit.
Well, I'm.
So you need to hit all of them. You need 4 effects.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine.
I'll spend 1 momentum. I'll use my focus of sidearms.
I think it applies for some reason.
Focus of side eye.
Okay, penned.
You hit.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm going to be spending some momentum for extra damage and rerolls.
Yeah, really.
Stop hacking Roll20.
Do you even need to?
I'm going to reroll, spend one of those floating momentum to roll a challenge die.
Whoop, that's not it. No, stop. Aw,
So
I
if
thought
I
I
get
did an effect.
if I get one more effect, that's all of them.
I'm really glad I remembered the prisoners, guys.
Oh, hey. exactly what Pend needed.
Did he just
Damn.
dunk all of them?
You
As he
did your
rapid-
job real good, Varder.
Getting dunked on.
With his particle magnum, instead of it being like a steady stream, he starts rapid firing, almost fanning the hammer, as it were, as he fires into the group of them.
Can I have one of those?
Is he killing all of them?
No,
Talent
it's stunning.
Okay.
Boy, I gotta say, I just love being able to do stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, Captain.
Pend is great for that.
Don't
shit.
worry, you can apprehend them now that they're unconscious.
I mean, to be fair, that gun is specifically designed to wreck shit.
Yeah.
Good news. As it stands, we more or less get that crew support back because I didn't actually do anything.
That's true. You only use crew support if you actually roll.
Yeah.
There we go, guys. She was moral support.
Fuck.
Wow.
Christ.
I am surprised. Holy shit.
She literally just did what I put in chat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, well, I guess the security detail is escorting people back. Do we need to take them to the brig or the med bay with crystals on them?
Probably medbay and keep him sedated. And under guard.
Yeah, and keep a security detachment in the med bay.
Can you take care of that, Master
Yep,
Chief?
I can handle
while
that.
I continue to shout at people to fix systems.
It's almost like it's my job description.
Oh god.
Okay, well, not
And-
specifically, but
We're going to change scenes here.
okay.
So lose one momentum.
Wow.
As we cut back to the runabout, what would you guys have done after sending Varder on his time journey?
I mean, I suppose we're well, I was piloting us towards where the Kismet has been intermittently transmitting signal bursts.
Did he have a timely arrival?
God
Sorry.
damn it, Nin.
Oh, and we're now back to full power on the runabout again because scene change.
Yep.
Very good.
Just cleaning up. It takes another day before you get over to the Kismet.
But is it there?
It's there. It's at impulse, and it's flying. Actually, no, it's not at impulse. It's at full stop.
Full stop?
It does seem to. It does appear. Yeah, it's just sitting there in space.
Efrix, get us a scan on the Kismet.
Okay. Aye, Captain.
Reason plus science difficulty of 0.
Are we
Watch
sure we
just
don't want to
everyone
have
be
Myth
dead.
do that? Captain?
Oh, wait. Yeah, Myth should do that. I'm sorry, I forgot that Myth was here.
I mean, I'm pretty good
Wow.
at it, but I'm not
Wow.
Myth good.
Wow.
We have this discussion.
So sad.
Sometimes the
Androids are people.
Sometimes the captain just forgets androids exist, I guess.
Wow, 4 successes.
Yeah.
Christ.
I think we just had to get all of those other things out of the way earlier.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so we're now at 3 floating. So what does
Uh-huh.
Myth get?
Scanned results incoming.
Oh, and don't forget to roll for the shuttle.
Oh,
That's
right.
true. Since
You
plus
could
science
get
for
a
the shuttle.
complication. Nope.
4 floating.
4 floating plus a free question.
I can see that.
So can I.
Just making sure I had a backup. Okay, good. My Discord was being weird, but I got it.
in before everyone on board is dead.
Wouldn't be the first
The,
time.
the first message I get: sensors show ... Very good.
Computing.
In before no life signs. In before no life signs.
In before temporal anomaly.
And before just everything is crystals.
Yeah, I think that one's it.
What is happening with Game Ranch right now? Oh my god.
Captain, the ship appears to be derelict. There's hull breaches on multiple decks, Calcat crystals across the ship, and the warp core appears to have been ejected.
Hey, look, we're all right.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Is there a
I like how
core
you've been saying that
spitting
the
slowly
entire game.
towards us?
Is this the captain right now?
Barter. I love that image. Oh, it's my favorite. Oh, that slays me. Damn. Looks like somehow our message didn't quite get through.
Or it didn't. It didn't help.
Also possible. I provided you a lot of information on how temporal dynamics works.
I wonder.
To be honest, he probably hands the pad off to science at some point.
Right.
It's like, it was dumbed down a lot, but I still don't really get it.
So, we have a lot of questions to ask.
And you've got 3 floating momentum, right?
No,
Four.
5. Well, 4.
4
Plus
plus
a
1
free question.
Okay. I mean, you could ask if the shuttles are there, because that's something that I was considering.
Yeah.
So
Is
no
if
life.
the
So
crew's just
first
left.
question. So first question: there are no life signs, right?
I'll give that to you without charging anything. There are life signs aboard.
Oh, how many?
That will actually cost you something. The freebie, I assume you're spending that for?
Yeah.
Yep.
There are the crew. There's the crew complement minus an amount, not a large amount. I'd say no more than 5 or 7, like a very small amount of life forms not present. Plus, oh, actually no, I'm wrong. You're actually above crew complement.
We're above crew complement.
By about 6 people?
By about 13 people.
Okay.
Being above crew complement shouldn't come as a surprise, given you did hear the report from Varder that stated 13 prisoners.
Yeah.
Oh, so everyone is there.
Except for it should be short 3.
And the ship is
That makes sense. Yeah, it'd be you 3.
ship
Except
is
one of them doesn't
alive.
show up as a life sign.
Huh?
Except
Oh,
one
yeah.
doesn't show up as a
It's
life
missing
sign.
2.
That's
Right.
true.
But Myth is with us.
No, I know.
Either
You're
way, she
saying
doesn't show up as a life sign.
the ship should be missing 2 of the crew because they're on our ship.
Right. Let me think. Is the ship in any danger?
1 momentum. The ship, with it being derelict, meaning that it is on minimal auxiliary power, no shields, all its systems are damaged. This thing's a sitting duck. Is it getting any worse? No, because the core has been ejected, so you don't have a risk of the core detonating. Although that does mean that the ship can't really scuttle itself automatically, like what would happen if a ship was left derelict for too long. Starfleet vessels, over a period of time, eventually just self-destruct to maintain the Prime Directive, unless there's a critical damage to the warp engine, or the warp engine just isn't there.
All right.
core.
Any other? Because I think we have 2 or 3 more questions.
Is emergency power online, or is secondary power on?
It's emergency auxiliary power, so the secondary reactor isn't doing anything right now.
All right.
It's running off of the batteries that barely maintain the ship.
Are we detecting any residual temporal disturbances?
That costs momentum, and yeah.
Did you say yeah?
Yes.
All right. So we've got 2 more questions before we really bring into momentum.
Maybe what's the nature of the temporal disturbance that's affecting the Kismet right now? If that requires a roll, maybe we should spend these remaining 2 momentum to make that task easier.
Yeah.
Because I assume that's going to be a full-on roll.
Is that a question you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, will it require a full-on roll to determine the nature of the anomaly?
I can tell you I won't cost you momentum for this. You have too little data.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But so will we need to make a check?
You would need to do an extended task research, almost straight down to a scientific method to determine it.
Okay.
Which,
Not something you can do now.
yeah.
Anyway, okay. But could we put that momentum towards that task?
If you have overflow, it has to be still. It has to be related to this scan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, what else? Are there any traces of additional damage since I left the ship? Precluding the warp core being gone.
There's no additional damage. All the structural instability in the lower decks is a result of the catastrophic explosion in the cargo bay.
All right.
Oh, is there any sign of the warp core?
That was going to be my question.
With that momentum spend, you do see the warp core. Some thousand kilometers away.
Oh, so it's drifted.
Well, it's more like the ship was in motion, it dumped, and then the ship kind of dropped out of warp a few seconds later.
Okay, we'll have to remember where that is.
Remember where
we can deploy a beacon.
You
We
do have a beacon.
one of those.
And the ship is derelict. Someone needs to get it anyway.
Mm-hmm. So actually, that is a good question for you, GM. So is it just that the Kismet can't broadcast far enough for the Federation to hear, or what?
What is the question again? Sorry.
Is it just that the transmissions that the Kismet have been sending out are too weak for anyone to hear, or what?
When you got it a few days ago, it was either too weak or it was pointed in the wrong direction. Like something odd would have had to happen, because subspace transmissions are like warp 9.9 approaching infinite. Like they're super fast.
Mm-hmm.
It still takes time to cross a sector. Like Starfleet Command does take a day or so to hear something. But
like for reference, I think Voyager's message took 15 years to reach the Alpha Quadrant.
Yeah, and that's across a galaxy. So It is weird. So once you heard it, the starbase probably heard it. Maybe in a few hours, if not a day later.
Yeah. So here's the thing then. Would it help to turn on the emergency beacon?
It wouldn't hurt. It'd make it easier to find if you had to leave or if someone's looking for the ship, because you had to go looking for it. This thing's setting out a burst every so often. Sort of like it's letting people know that it's in trouble, but it's trying to conserve power.
Okay, well, I'm not going to turn on the emergency beacon just this second, but Myth, see if you can raise them.
Yes, sir. And I try to raise them.
Give me, actually, other way around. Myth, give me a control plus engineering roll, difficulty of 1 to hail them.
All right.
Well. And let me know how many you got, because I'm operating off my mobile at the moment.
I got 2 successes.
Okay. So you get 1 momentum back. Varder, I would like you to roll insight plus command, difficulty 1.
Insight command difficulty 1. I do not have a focus for this. I'm just gonna go ahead and say.
Take a momentum.
Oh, okay, I'll take a momentum. And we get it back. It was a 2.
You are, as you're kind of going back and helping Penn get the ship in order, you get this feeling in your head. You hear like a hailing noise in your head. You're being called.
And we're both still down in the cargo bay, or the shuttle bay where we caught these guys, or?
Yeah, probably. You're probably walking to a turbo lift with your prisoners and your security detail.
Captain.
Yep.
We're beating. Not you, Captain. Pend Captain. Pend is Captain on the Kismet right now.
Acting captain.
So the way to address him is just Captain.
Matter.
It's true. He's right. It's the proper protocol.
It's true.
Haha, I threw you through a loop.
I get it. I understand.
You're being replaced.
It's a coup.
We're being hailed. You should get to the bridge.
Understood. You finish up here.
Just gotta nod at him. He's not even gonna explain how he knew that.
Well, I've got enough things to deal with. If you tell me we're being hailed, sure, we're being hailed.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to continue doing the security stuff I was doing.
Okay, Pend, you get up to the bridge.
Bridge report.
Status shows that damage control teams are still working on decks 14, 25, and 6. The engineering team's trying to see if they can get around the problems with the comm system, so we don't have to spend so much time with the runners. Security alert's been stepped down. For the moment, we're stable, although we just better hope no one finds us out here, because we're a sitting duck.
Any communications?
No, sir.
Okay.
Although we are still sending out the bursts every so often. It'll take a little bit before they hear us.
Right, okay. For now, let's focus on shutting down any non-essential systems. Let's save as much power as we can. And send a runner to Mr. Varda, that when he's got a moment free, to report to the bridge.
Meanwhile, back on the runabout, you hail, and there is a sense that there's nothing on the ship that indicates that its comm system received you, But when you look at your sensor readings, it does look like there's a weird subspace what's the phrase? Not feedback, but a signal back almost. But it doesn't register as a ship letting you know that it heard you and hung up. It's more of a something heard you. You're not
So just
sure
like
what.
a weird ping of some sort.
Yeah, like someone heard you, and it's from the ship.
Captain,
Did you?
something internal seems to have received our signal, but it doesn't appear to be a ship's system.
Huh.
Ship's
That's
communications appear to be offline.
Does it?
Attention, this is Captain Grennan. Can anyone over there hear me?
Meanwhile, Varder, you kind of hear the captain, but sort of like in the back of your head, almost like a memory. By this point, you're at the brig, and you finally got your prisoners put away.
I mean, we weren't going to the brig, we were going to the mid bay.
Oh,
Because
Medbay.
they had crystals growing out of them. And then we were more or less putting a security detail in the mid bay with them. Which I'm assuming I can just do. I don't need to roll anything for that.
Yeah.
Sweet. No, it's in the back of my mind as a memory, so I was just kind of. This is farther.
You're gonna have to roll a insight plus command difficulty of 1 to respond. It's like because you have to concentrate on talking to yourself, but you're trying to talk to the captain specifically.
Yep. I don't have a psychic focus, funnily enough.
See, why don't you have that? You should get on it.
I'm just gonna use a momentum there. Good thing I used the momentum there.
Yeah.
That's a 1 I passed. Barely.
Okay. You now can talk to the runabout. You just have to concentrate. There's a lag. So it takes a little bit for you to respond back.
Okay, Test, say something.
We're reading you, Varder.
That was actually me saying Test because my headset cut out.
Where are you receiving the signal from?
My mind.
And the captain just looks over to Myth and Efrix.
Myth just shrugs.
That was going to be my question, Captain.
How are you doing this?
We've somehow managed to tap into whatever it is that's doing this through our shuttlecraft communication system. We tried reaching out to the Kismet, but we didn't get a reply. We just got you.
Master Chief Varder.
Yes.
You notice as you're kind of thinking to yourself, someone's at your shoulder, kind of shaking you a little bit. The captain wanted you to report to the bridge.
Understood. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I start walking and continue thinking. Oh, so in the pad would Myth have mentioned they were in a shuttle?
Yeah. In a runabout.
Okay. Otherwise, that was going to be a question.
In a Danu-class runabout with modifications for long-range excursions.
Of course, there were details.
Currently, as things stand, we've located the Kismet, but for some reason, the temporal anomaly is still ongoing. And we don't know what's causing it. But maybe if we put our minds together on both ends, with you as the communications line between the both of us, we might be able to figure this out.
Can't you just land?
At this point, you've walked onto the bridge.
Okay.
We
Walk
don't
on the
know
bridge, can you
whether... we don't know whether or not the temporal anomaly would interfere with any attempts for us to approach the ship.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to Pend. I'm on the bridge, and I guess we'll start this. This is weird. This is so weird.
Trust me, it's weird for us too.
Sure. Yeah. Pend.
As the chief.
Captain, sorry. Yeah, can I talk to you in your radio room?
Sure, why not?
Thank you.
It's not like I've got a ship on fire, but yes, let's talk in private.
I mean, there's probably a vein on the side of Arthur's forehead, which is massive right now.
And you can actually see Barter's eyes are just covered in electricity. Like, imagine one of those balls where you touch it and your hair stands on end. His eyes are that.
Oh.
I see it's your mystical shit again.
Yeah, no, Captain Grennan's outside in a shuttle.
Well, Sensor would disagree, but everything
Well,
seems...
he's talking to me in my head, right now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Everything else is going to shit. Why not talk to the captain through your mind?
I'm gonna think to the captain. Is there something that you would say to Pend that I have no reason to know whatsoever? Please.
Oh, hang on.
See, this isn't a bad idea.
No, hang on. I was able to handle myself without asking his mother for help. Thank you very much.
Grennan says he was able to handle himself without asking your mother for help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I very much doubt it. He needs help from everyone, people constantly holding his hand, but sure, for now I'll believe you.
That wasn't to start a discussion, that was just a... I didn't
I
know
get the
that.
idea, Master Chief.
Okay. Listen, this is... I've got voices in my head, and this is very strange, okay?
It was good.
Poor Varder.
He's like the non-religious man who's suddenly been like, here are your gods showing up and talking to you, and now here's all this psychic bullshittery, and he's like...
This is like season 1 Cisco.
So, Master Chief, what have you relayed to the captain?
Didn't get around to that. I ended up getting called to go here. They're saying they won't land because there's some sort of temporal distortion or anomaly around the Kismet or on the Kismet. And while you think of an answer to that or something to come back to, I can update them on the warp core being ejected, the crystals, yada yada yada. Yes.
Yeah, you inform the captain of general situation. I'm gonna go obtain the brain trust and see if someone can give me an answer, because I have no fucking clue.
Sweet. Okay, so to the captain then, when
I
I
like how there's
phased
just
back...
no mention that Myth is there.
Does he know Myth is there? Oh yeah, I mean that was in the pad. So, it was written by Myth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just kind of skipped over that. There's been enough weird shit happening.
Joe, not to pressure you, but the other GMs are waiting.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Actually, what we'll do, partially because my computer has decided to buy the ghost, we will turn this into a 2-parter, because there's going to be another axe to this.
Sweet, I'll just note down what I was going to tell stuff.
Alright.
We'll start with that tomorrow, I guess. Oh, not tomorrow, next week.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
This is a... Wow, this is a